Dip, dip, dibbity doo doo. Dip, dip, dibbity doo doo. My OBS froze for a second. I thought we were about to have a critical issue. Oh, we're fine. We're fine. Don't worry. Um, dream. It's all an illusion. Oh, shit. Here we go again. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Hello. Hello. Welcome back. It's Wednesday. How you doing? Got my lunch. I woke up with my back hurting. Well, that's because you've been carrying the mod team on your shoulders. Maybe if we could find somebody to even the load a little. You know what I mean? We just need to... This is definitely my favorite shirt of yours. You've seen this one before. I've worn this one before. It's a nice shirt. Just look how complicated the pattern is. Just look how complicated the pattern is. I want to make Porky sad. I don't know where Porky's even been. Porky's off moderating someone else's channel right now, I fear. He's off moderating someone else's channel. Which is fine. I don't have exclusivity contracts with any of my moderators. I'm not some sort of control freak. Moderate whoever you want to moderate. I don't care. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. I hope you're having a good day. Hope you're having a good day today. Ooh. Coffee's doing the heavy lifting today, I think. Just eat this food real quick. I used to be such a fast eater, but now I'm a slow eater. I don't know what changed. My woman boss left for a better job, so I'm just trying to make sure I get my work done. I don't know. You want her job? Sounds like it's open. I'll give you a good reference. Oh, moderator of the year? I think would be great for your position. Don't think I'm qualified. A lot of people who work in those types of jobs aren't. It may surprise you just how many people work jobs and they're like, I don't actually know what I do. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I don't know why I'm here. I just go to meetings and respond to emails and collect a paycheck. What can I say? It's a pretty senior accountant position. To my understanding, the more senior the position, the less stuff you actually have to do. Am I wrong? I thought that was the whole scheme. I thought that was the ruse. That was the scam that they pull. The higher up you get at a company, the less stuff you actually have to do. Like, how many upper management people are playing golf right now? They're like, oh, this is work. Hi, Mr. Domain. You can call me Dr. Domain, too, if you want. I'm experimenting with something. You brought up some of my points from yesterday with your therapist, and you discussed them at length. Thanks for your insight. How'd it go? I'm interested. Tell me more. You know, it is kind of validating whenever people come in here and they're like, oh yeah, I talked to my therapist about that thing that we talked about, and they said that you had some good advice, or they have good feedback. I've never had anybody come in like, I talked to my therapist about what you said, and they said that you were a fucking idiot. They were like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, no, that's never happened. So that's good. That makes me feel confident. Well, work on your anxiety manifesting from chronic pain. Period. Period. The body keeps the score, as they say. What am I eating? I'm eating the same Factor meal that I had yesterday. Because it has cauliflower rice in it in case he doesn't like cauliflower, so I was saving the other ones for her. So I'm like, I guess I'll eat this one because she's not going to want to eat it. We talked about self-image, viewing yourself as your best friend, and she reinforced and agreed with everything that I put forward. Oh, good. 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 That makes me feel nice. I'm glad that you had a nice conversation with her. You got that validation. Like, by all means, please, anything that I tell you, like, double check it with your therapist. I'm totally fine with that. Like, your therapist may or may not agree with some of the stuff I have to say. That's fine. Your therapist probably knows you better than I do. But no, I really do love that technique where you practice viewing yourself as if you were your best friend. Like, when it comes to decisions in your life or your self-image or, you know, your destructive habits, whatever it might be, it's like, what would you do if it was your best friend doing that thing? Because sometimes we have a way of explaining away our problems or making it feel like, no, my problems are too unique. My problems, they're not so simple. We tend to overcomplicate things when it comes to ourselves. An important part of healing is learning how to treat yourself like someone that you care about. Which might sound silly. It's like, well, yeah, I care about me. It's like, okay, well, how are you communicating that with yourself? I feel like I'm due for another little hair trim. I just haven't felt like doing it yet. I've been actively working on this within myself. Looking groovy? Thank you. I wore my groovy shirt today. I was feeling kind of groovy today. Oh, thank you, thank you. Alright, I slammed my lunch down, I got my coffee, I got some water. I think we're good to go. B. Wayne? Oh, how's it going, B. Wayne? How's it going, B. Wayne? If it isn't my runner-up for Moderator of the Year. Porky's demoted to third. Nah, there's like, nah. He's been no call, no showing. He's been no call, no showing. I'm afraid he's the people's mod. He's the fan favorite. Even Roe was in here yesterday. Oh yeah, no, that's a good moderator. Sometimes I have people who show up and they haven't been here for months, and I'm like, oh yeah, you're a moderator here. Interesting. And very curious. I'm gonna pull out this wheel. If anybody's having a hard time figuring out how they're feeling today. This is your reminder why we do this. When you become more practiced in clearly identifying how you are feeling, it helps you to become more in tune with your emotions, and it also allows you to experience your emotions in a more genuine way. Helps to improve our emotional intelligence. It's a good thing. Terror? Oh no, not terror. Oh no, not terror. Tenderness? Okay, that's better. If somebody came in here and they're like, yeah, I feel terror today, I'd be like, oh. Are you out in the woods being chased by wolves or something? I'm like, help me, Papa B. I'm 3 miles deep in the woods. There's a bear after me. What do I do? Should I put it in the question box, or is it okay if I ask in chat? I'm usually in the anxious category. You know, figuring out how you feel is the important first step in learning how to get more control over your emotions. When you identify properly how you do feel, now you've freed up the time to figure out, how do I want to feel instead. You properly understand where you are, and you understand where you're trying to go. That gives you a better idea of the direction you need to head in. It's like if you're following a treasure map and X marks the spot, you gotta know where you are so that you can know how to get to where the X is. Because I feel like a lot of people just aren't really that in tune with their emotions. A lot of people just aren't really sure how they feel, or they just tell themselves that they feel indifferent when they actually do feel some type of way. It's like, no, it's okay. You can have feelings. That's legal. You're allowed to have them. I try my best not to feel things, and I'm just gonna say, like, throughout the history of all humankind, I don't know if that strategy has been the one that works best for us. Trying not to feel things doesn't really work. My back is hurting today like it needs to crack, but you can't get the crack. Cutie Cheeks wants crack. You heard it here. Where in your back? Where it is in your back, I could probably tell you a different way of trying to pop it, depending on where it is. Lower back? Oh, lower back's easy. I'm not going to stand up because you need to see more of my upper body when I do this, but you're going to do this standing up. Mid-lower? Yeah, this will probably work too. So you stand up, put your chest up, and then put your arms up, kind of like this. And try to put the part of your back that needs to be popped. You want that to be like your fulcrum. You want that to be the middle part where you twist. So you're using the weight of the upper part of your body, and then you're putting the part of your back that needs to pop as the fulcrum, and then you're planting the bottom half of your body. Well, I tried. Casey just has me pop her back for her. I just pick her up. I just pick her up. I just reach my arms around and go like this and just go. Gonna marry a chiropractor? Don't marry a chiropractor. Marry a physical therapist. The difference between a chiropractor and a physical therapist is like, imagine you had to get something fixed in your house. Imagine there was a hole in your wall. You could either hang a picture to cover up the hole, or you could actually patch the hole and fix it. Like, one of them is going to be harder than the other, but one of them is a more permanent fix. Also, a physical therapist probably isn't going to accidentally cripple or kill you. Like, here, let me just get up in your cervical vertebrae and let me just... Like, you actually have to train your muscles to hold your body in the proper posture. And that's why physical therapy sucks. Because it actually takes more work than just getting shit popped back into place. They said they have a strong case against him with or without me, so I'm taking no part in it. They'll always have a stronger case with you in it. Sometimes, I don't know how it works in Sweden, but like sometimes in the United States, like people who abuse their partner won't have charges placed against them because the person who was abused didn't press charges. But in some places, the state or the government will press charges. I don't know how it works in Sweden, though. But they should at least offer you, like, an advocate or something, or if you have an attorney, you know, like, have them work on your behalf. Alright, let's get this wheel out of here. It's a very light wheel. It's a very light wheel. I'm able to just blow it away. Interesting question here. Why were people in the Middle Ages so excessively brutal, particularly with their methods of execution? Well, let's start off by taking a look at this. As it turns out, the Middle Ages weren't that much more violent than today. Now, that being said, the methods of violence would probably be conceived a bit more brutal. So I'm going to answer this question and say probably part of it has to do with lack of education, lack of proper nutrition. Like, I feel like part of the reason why people were just in general, like, not as clever as we are today. Like, people in general are typically a bit more intelligent. And a lot of that has to do with just better education and better nutrition. That has a lot to do with it. But I would say it has less to do with people and it has more to do with the structure of the society that they lived in. So if you were to take a person from the Middle Ages and then, you know, like, let's say you went back in time. You went back in time and you found a baby in the Middle Ages and you brought it to the future and then you raised it as a normal person, it would be just like us. It wouldn't be any different. What was different was the societal structure and also, you know, the laws and the way that they enforced those laws. There was a lot more of a theocratic presence in the Middle Ages, meaning that the church set a lot of the rules. There was also a lot of dehumanizing going on, which still goes on today, but it's a lot easier to be more violent and more brutal when you don't view the person that you're brutalizing as human. Sanitation too, yeah, people just used to throw their trash out the window and just throw their bucket of shit out the window into the street. Like, yep. Do people still do that in some parts of the world today? It's true. People are still doing it. People are kind of gross, if I'm being honest. We're kind of a nasty bunch, if I'm being fair. Like, have you seen us? All the boogers and the pee and the poop. It's nasty. Nasty business. But yeah, being a biological organism, gross. Your question in particular was their methods of execution. Now, there were some pretty gnarly ways that people were executed in the Middle Ages. Some of them are overhyped from history. Some of them aren't actually things that we think that they actually did. Some of it's just a little bit, you know, exaggerated. But there were still some really nasty things that people did to people. But we're still doing that same type of stuff to people today. So I don't know. I feel like in part, like, people aren't that much different. And we're still capable of doing some really brutal stuff to each other. And I feel like the only change has been technology. I don't know. I feel like there's a part of human nature where we like to look back in time and be like, "Oh, we were so brutal, so uncivilized," because it makes us feel better about who we are today. But realistically, like, we're not that much better. We're still pretty brutal and pretty uncivilized. Like, just imagine how people in 100 years are gonna look back at us, or people in 500 years they're gonna look back at us and be like, "Wow, barbarians." I think the only difference is that, yeah, we're just better at hiding or masking our brutality today. Like back in the day, you would do this in the public square and everybody's going to see it and it's going to be much more widely known. But now this kind of stuff just happens in, you know, CIA black sites and back rooms and international, you know, prison facilities and shit. It's like, yep. Lethal injection apparently feels like being burned alive and drowning at the same time. Yeah, apparently the company that even makes the stuff that they use to give a lethal injection doesn't know that it's being used for a lethal injection. They have to, like, do it through shady means to even get the stuff that they use, which is kind of wild to think about. Honestly, we should just drop people into a volcano. Like, if I had to pick my method of execution for me, I'm like, take me in a helicopter, fly me over a volcano, and drop me in. It's probably cheaper than lethal injection anyway. What? What? You never thought about it? You never thought... You never thought about your preferred method of execution? Okay, I guess I'm the weird one. Just chuck my ass into a volcano. That sounds badass. Or they should make... Hold on. They should do this. Since you brought up Disneyland, this is a theoretical design for a roller coaster that kills people. How does it kill people? The euthanasia coaster would kill its passengers through prolonged cerebral hypoxia or insufficient supply of oxygen to the brain. The ride's 7 inversions would inflict 10 Gs of force on its passengers for 60 seconds. They say that sometimes you might have to run him through a second time. Like, oh, he's not dead, run him through again just in case. Why they made a model of it? Like, what are these? Like, what? Like, who? I'm sorry, but who are these freaks? Who are these weirdos? Like, yes, I'm going to make a scale model of the murder coaster. Actually, murder coaster sounds a little bit too insidious. Can we come up with a name that sounds a little bit, like, I don't know, euthanasia coaster? There you go, now you're cooking. This is why you don't trust people who wear a business suit, jacket, with jeans, and... You know what I mean? You don't trust guys wearing this fit. Because these are the type of guys who design the euthanasia coaster. I'm like, what is this guy's biggest sin? Is it designing the euthanasia coaster, or is it wearing these brown shoes with that black jacket? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe in a just society, he would have to be the first person to write it, just like the guy who invented the brazen bull. Which kind of ties into the question that they had, which was why were people so brutal in the Middle Ages? There was a guy who invented a method of execution called the brazen bull. It's a giant brass bull that they stick you into, and then they heat it up, and then you get cooked inside of it. And this guy invented this thing and then gave it to, I want to say it was ancient Greece. This guy invented it, and then he went and gave it to whoever the leader was, the tyrant in Sicily at the time. And he says, "Hey, look, I made this cool new execution device." And he's like, "Badass, get in it." So the guy who invented it was the first person to have to go in it, which I think they should, that should be the standard. If you invent a new method of execution, you should be the one to try it out. I think that's only fair. This would hypothetically go 1,600 feet in the air. For reference, the highest roller coaster in the world is only 456 feet. You would have to build a roller coaster that's several times larger than the already existing one. But anyway, if you ever feel bad about yourself, just remember that you didn't spend time out of your day designing or building a model for a murder coaster. Maybe be a little kinder to yourself. You didn't do this. This isn't what you did with your free time. So yeah, why were people in the Middle Ages so yeah, they weren't much different than us. And some of the messed up ways of execution, I feel like it was mostly just for spectacle. Because you have to think of like population control. Like, how do you control the masses? It's like you scare them, you frighten them. And if you have like particularly gruesome and brutal methods for execution, that's going to serve as a motivator to keep your populace in line. So I guess that's part of the reason. Is there a way to stop disliking men? How do you feel about me? Are we cool? Are you mad at me? Not me taking it personally. Is there a way to stop disliking men? On Twitter and all over social media and even in the real world, I just see and deal with such shitty individuals who happen to be men. Not all men, but somehow always a man. I just don't want to think the worst of them because I am a straight woman. It's super hard not to see any men and think just the worst of them up front. I know there are good men out there. For example, the Brain Domain is a good man. Oh, okay, good. Whew. I was worried there for a second. Close one. Close one. Like, just speaking on this personally, like, there are good men out there. Like, I'm not friends with any bad men. Like, if a person shows, like, shitty qualities of their character, I don't really have any interest in being a friend with them. So, I don't know. Part of it has to do with how they were raised. Part of it has to do with, their upbringing, what they were taught, their values, their morals. Also, part of it has to do with being housebroken. Like, sometimes men, we can be a little, what's a good way to describe this? Sometimes we have to go to obedience school. We have to be housebroken. It's not always easy to tell who's good and who's bad. Exactly. Well, I don't like to see people entirely as good or as bad. I'm like, most of us fall somewhere in the middle. I think it's noble to want to do your best and try your hardest to be a better person. But having the expectation for perfection isn't really helping you either. This is a good question. So I'm trying to figure this out myself. Like, I do have some male friends, don't get me wrong, but in general, like, I'm not that fond of men either. So I'm a little biased in this way. Like, when somebody tells me that they don't like men, I'm like, I can't really blame you. It won't work between us if you can't appreciate a guy's guy calling out the horrible things men do, right? And I feel like the problems with men are it's up to men to fix those problems. It's like, if we want men to actually be better and do better, it's like we have to start calling out other men for their shitty behavior, which I think there has been more of a shift in that direction. I'm noticing more men feeling comfortable speaking out against men, and it's not this hush hush boys club. How do I stop thinking all men are the same? Like, this logic, I would apply it to any, like, fill in the blank, fill it in for any type of group of people. You get, like, women, or like any group of people. Like, it's just a bad practice to generalize. It's like, when you generalize people, it gives you sort of skewed frame of reference. I today saw yet another post that made me super upset. A man who claims to be happily married with his kids in his late 30s said he had a crush for years on one of his kids' classmates' mom. He said he doesn't know how to handle this and that he fears he will cheat on her. So what you're looking at and what this is you know how sometimes we talk about how you have a little brain inside your heart and you have a little brain inside of your gut because of all those nerve endings and all those neurons? There's a certain population of men who can't help but think with their wiener. They think with their dick. It's really easy to not cheat. You just have to not do it. I don't understand why it's so hard. Like, I don't know, my pants just fell off. My pants just fell off and my penis just fell inside them. It just all happened so fast. I don't know what happens. Like, what? Huh? I fear that I will cheat on her. Like, no, just don't. Just stop talking to that person. Go to therapy. Fuck. And he claimed to love his wife and to be super loyal. Yet he stays with her and even admits to having more than a crush on this other woman. He felt an emotional connection with her and fantasized about her sexually. I don't know, I think I'm starting to realize that I might not be the person to ask when it comes to how do I stop disliking men, because I dislike men. You know, I'm not so egotistical to recognize or to pretend that I am not biased in this, or that hey, I'm human too. It makes me want to puke knowing that the wife doesn't know of this and probably never will know of it for years, he said. I feel like part of the problem with men today is that there aren't enough other men to stand up to them and say, "What the fuck are you doing?" Because there's just this toxic trait that exists in a lot of men where they don't like to be told what to do when it's coming from a woman. But if they're being told what to do by another man, they're more willing to listen. I don't know. I know I'm not the only good guy out there. I feel like I could still improve. I could be a better person. Oh, I don't know. I would just say to avoid generalizing, because you're gonna skip over some decently good people by making this assumption that they're a bad person. Like, this is like the flip side of this is like the incel thinking of like all women are whores, all women just, you know what I mean? It's the flip side of that. It's like there's like neither men nor women have a better situation by just making sweeping generalizations about the others. I feel like also a lot of men, even if they're not especially good men, there's probably still men who like want to be able to do better. Like there are men out there who want to improve, they want to grow, they don't want to just be a piece of shit. And so I would say if you see men like that who might not be like a perfect person, just be willing to offer them guidance into being a better person. Just find the people who actually want to improve and be more encouraging and supporting of them, I guess. We don't really get anywhere by just demanding that people are better. We kind of need to help them and coach them and show them how to be better. Howdy. Hey, howdy. Welcome back. So, I don't know. I would say rather than disliking the person, I would focus on disliking the behavior. Like, if we just write off everybody who makes a shitty mistake or makes a shitty choice as being a piece of shit, that doesn't really help anybody. Hate the sin, not the sinner. I love this motto. You know, I don't mind the motto of hate the sin, not the sinner, but the way that a lot of churches will use it as a way of bad mouthing the LGBTQ is bothersome to me, to say the least. But there is some merit to the idea of like, you don't want to judge a person based on, their actions unless it's like chronic. Like you want to be able to give people chances, you want to give people time to learn and to grow. But if they just don't have any interest in growing, if they're not able to, have humility and self-awareness, like I can't get out of my mind a comment I read some time ago. It was about women who have too high expectations from their partners and why so many men are feeling they'll never find a partner. Some suggested that women should be trained or exposed more for low quality men so that they didn't know better men exist or something. The internet was a mistake. Unplug it. Unplug it. This was a mistake. The internet was a mistake. I think remorse and wanting to be better is a big factor. It's a huge factor. It's like, you can't expect people to be perfect, right? Like, you can't expect people to not make mistakes or bad choices. Stupid fucking mistakes, man. Not that guy, though. Not that guy. That guy is getting his just desserts. It's not about not making mistakes. Life is about making mistakes and then learning from those mistakes and then changing and then doing differently so that you don't continue to make those mistakes. But there are a lot of people out there, and I'm not just saying this is a man problem, but a lot of men do struggle with this problem because there's a lot of like sense of identity wrapped up with your manliness, as far as like, I can never admit that I am wrong. I am the man. I must be always correct all the time. I must have the right answers. I must be a good leader, a good provider, you know, all that shit. Like, no, if you make a mistake or you're wrong, you want to recognize it so you can stop making that mistake. That actually makes you less wrong. But just never being wrong just means that you're going to be wrong forever. Also, I've heard some people criticize men for crying. Or they'll just say, ugh, men crying, ew, gross, men crying. I'm just like, so you're telling me you want men to be better, but you won't allow them to cry? Anyway. I don't know. I guess just send them my way and I'll see what I can do with them. Or maybe I can help them get their head put on straight. I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news. I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news, but the issues that men have aren't exclusive to straight men. The issues that men have aren't exclusive to straight men. And that's all that I'm going to say about that. Because it's Pride Month, so I know when to shut up. It's time for me to sit down and listen. Me listening doesn't make for a very interesting stream. I know, if I just sat here, I was like, tell me more. Go on. I don't think this is much of a question. I'm just really proud of myself today because I woke up and realized my mental health is kind of struggling right now. I decided to call out of work, get some extra Z's, and then wake up and just take care of myself. Then I made the conscious decision to still go to the gym, eat healthy, and do some chores even though I'm struggling. Really happy I did this. And everyone who is angry I'm taking care of myself doesn't matter. I don't think I would have healthily made it through this week if I didn't take a breather today. See, there you go. There you go. That's what you gotta do. That's what you gotta do. The productivity of your workplace is not more important than your mental health. Also, you made a really important point here. I made the conscious decision to still go to the gym, eat healthy, and do more chores, even though I'm struggling. This is the most important part that you mentioned, and I really, like, if you are struggling in your life, I want you to soak this in. If you're just going to try to outlast your mental health, if you're just going to try to outlast your depression and wait until it's not a struggle anymore, you might be waiting for a really long time. You're going to have to make yourself do stuff that you really, really, really don't want to do. Stuff that might even feel impossible to do. So that after you do it, you can be like, see, now that wasn't so bad. Because that's part of what depression does. Depression will make you feel like everything is impossible. Everything is a struggle. Nothing can be done. But it's just like lifting weights. It's just like lifting weights. Like, if you want to lift the bigger weights, you gotta start by lifting the smaller weights. And the only way to get stronger and be able to lift more weight is by lifting weights. Like, so if you want the struggle to get easier, you have to push through the struggle so that it doesn't feel like a struggle anymore. That's the way it works. Now, if it was so easy to just get people to accept that fact, I could just wrap it up and call it a day. Also, there was probably... I'm gonna do a little bit of speculation here. I'm gonna try to jump inside of your head for a moment and just I'm gonna try to interpret what might have been going through your mind during that time. It's like, well, should I go to the gym? I guess I'll go. I'll go, but maybe I won't go for as long. Maybe I'll go for a short trip. And then you go to the gym and then you work out and then you're like, well, I've been here for 30 minutes. Let's try to go for an hour. Let's try to go for that extra 30 minutes. And then you get home and you notice that there's some chores to do and you're like, you know what, I still have a little bit of energy. Let's go ahead and do those chores. Sometimes you won't realize just how much you can get done, even though you feel like you can't do anything, until you actually get up and try to do it. It's like, it's depression that's making you feel like it's impossible, and you are going to have to be the one that proves your depression wrong. I can't do that for you, unfortunately. I wish I could. I wish I could just shake it out of you. But no, it's like once you actually start doing stuff, you'll surprise yourself with how much you'll be able to do. If you just sit around and wait for energy or motivation to come to you, it's not going to. It's about doing things when you don't have those feelings so that you can actually start building and growing them. Now I'm just repeating myself. Hello, Papa. Ugh. I know, right? I know. But it will get easier. But for a little while, at least, it's going to be maybe at least somewhat difficult. Like, consider your mind, consider your mental health. You are an artist and you are working on your masterpiece. It's going to take time for you to do. It's going to be an ongoing process. You don't want to just be able to do that shit in a day. Like, it's your life. It's your mind. Fight for it. It's depression that wants you to quit, and we don't take depression's calls anymore. We blocked depression. We've got DNI. DNI depression. Hello, Papa. A friend invited me to join a Discord server with some of his other friends, and we've been playing games together for a while now. One of his friends is quite cute, although he lives a bit far from me. He's also very sweet, but I'm not sure if he likes me too. There's another girl on the server that he hangs out with in real life, but my friend told me that his friend is still single. Now I'm feeling a bit conflicted about what to do. We don't talk much without others around, so I'm a bit nervous to initiate anything. Okay. Let's think about it. There's a couple things that are rattling around in my head. So let's see what we can figure out. There's a part of me that feels like if you connect with a person, if you get along with a person, and you like a person, and you want to spend time with this person, it's okay to just be friends with that person. I feel like I don't know. I just feel like sometimes we just want to rush into like exclusivity with someone. You know what I mean? I don't know. Fell off a coconut tree. Thank you for the 4 months. Hmm. 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 I'm having to like go back in time to a time in my life where like this would be more see, because I'm old now. I'm an old man. And so things like this seem almost distant and foreign to me. I'm like, "Oh yeah, people still do that." I would just say, you know, you want to find somebody to share things with. You want to find somebody that you're into, somebody that you're attracted to, and you want to find somebody that's a good fit for you. and you found somebody who you think could be a good fit for you. But the thing is sometimes in life, you just need to take relationships as they are and not worry too much about trying to define what the relationship is or isn't, because sometimes people get frightened off by these types of ideas. I feel like the only thing that you need to do, because you're saying you're conflicted about what to do, I would just say just keep being you, just keep being genuine, and just be friendly, and just see where things go. Because if there is a time and a place to really take that next step, it'll feel right, and you'll know when that time is. And just try not to force anything. Just try not to push too hard. That's just something that people do from time to time, is we get a little bit ahead of ourselves. And so if you like spending time with this person, if you like talking to this person, that's fine. So just see where it goes. There's no rush. There's no rush. Also, this is a good opportunity to practice your Riz. You know, like, I'm not against long distance relationships, but I also feel like having a relationship with somebody who's a bit closer to you that you can see regularly is easier. I would say that it's easier. Long distance relationships are challenging. I feel like, based on what you're telling me, you feel like there's a certain amount of pressure of, like, I have to act now because he's hanging out with this other girl, and if I don't ask him out, they might end up going out. Which could be true, but I feel like if they do, it's not it's not the end of the world for you. It's like you could still be friends with this person. You can still, hang out. There's nothing wrong with that. I just feel like there's something that people do. It's like whenever they are, like, oftentimes when people are single, it's like whenever they meet or spend time with somebody, they always ask themselves that question of, like, is this somebody that I want to partner up with? Is this somebody that I want to be with? I would say just try your best to just be natural. Just be you. Just try your best to be, confident and cool and collected, and, you know, if you can do all those things, then you'll have people lining up to want to be with you. It's like confidence is probably the most attractive thing a person can wear. Is it normal to desire a relationship with someone but lose interest once it becomes a reality? Wow, this actually really ties into that question we just had. Does it happen? Yes. Is it common? I'm not sure how common it is. Probably relatively common. I'm not going to say it's like super common, but it's definitely not unusual. And I think the reason why this happens is because a lot of times we fall in love or we are attracted to the idea of a person. You know, we see their posts on Instagram or we see their posts, online, and we're like, oh yeah, this is a person I want to be in a relationship with. They look so cool. And what we tend to do is we have this idealized view of what a relationship with this person must be like. Because whenever we imagine a potential relationship with someone, we don't envision the disagreements, we don't envision the arguments, we don't envision the conflicts of morality or, the differences in the way that we were raised or the differences that we have when it comes to, cleaning and doing chores and how we resolve conflicts and how we communicate. It's like, no, we're not thinking about all that stuff. We're just thinking hubba hubba, awooga awooga. But then once you realize that you're in a relationship with an actual human being and not just in a relationship with an idea, then yeah, sometimes people lose interest. Real relationships require real work. And sometimes people aren't willing to do that work. So this does kind of tie into that question we had before. It's like when you're interested in somebody, it's like you're setting up this ideal image of them in your mind. You're like, oh, things would just be so great, so perfect if I was in a relationship with this person. And it's like, you don't know that. It's like they got their own stuff that they're dealing with, just like you got stuff that you're dealing with. I've got stuff that I'm dealing with. Everybody has their own stuff that they are dealing with. And being in a relationship with somebody means that you are also willing to work on that stuff with them. That's part of the whole reason why people are in relationships together, so that they can help each other work through stuff. So yeah, it does happen. Is it normal? I wouldn't say it's abnormal. This kind of ties into the way that people think. Like, people tend to be idealists. Like, sure, you might go into a relationship with somebody and they're attractive and you think, this is going to be great. And then you wake up one morning and they've slashed your tires and smashed your windshield and they were mad at you because they had a dream that you cheated on them. You didn't actually do anything wrong. They just had a dream. Like, some people don't understand that relationships are give and take and a lot of compromising and therefore not up to it, right? When I was in high school, I made a pact with my best straight friend that if we both weren't married by 30, we would marry each other. And we both turned 30. We lived together for 2 months and tried to do the relationship thing, but it was horrible. Yep. It's just like, you know, relationships change once you start like living together and you have to spend like a long stretch of time with each other. You can't just like be like, okay, I'm going to go home. I'll see you later. It's kind of like when you become roommates with a friend and then you realize, oh, I hate living with this person. Like, they don't do the dishes, they don't sweep, they don't take the trash out. Like, I'm having to do all of these things. And it's like, this was my best friend, but now I hate them. It's one thing to date somebody, but another thing to live with them. Oh yeah, absolutely. I want to go to therapy and get personalized mental health help, but I'm a minor and my parents don't believe in it. I will never understand why people don't believe in mental health. Like, how? Like, do you not believe in rain? Like, do you not believe in... Like, you never seen a tornado? You don't believe in that tornadoes exist? I believe that not believing in mental health is mental illness. It's a mental illness of its own sort. I'm not trying to be mean, but oftentimes the reason why people don't believe in mental health is because they're either too scared or too stupid. I'm not trying to say your parents are stupid, but I'm just saying that oftentimes people are frightened of the consequences if mental health were real. You know, sometimes people are just like, it's best just not think about those types of things. Like, my dad used to get drunk and beat the shit out of me. It's probably best to just not think about it. It's like, I saw those people, in that car. I was in a terrible car wreck and somebody died, and now I'm afraid to get in a car, but I just don't think about it. Them believing in it doesn't make your issues or your struggles any less real. I've tried to talk to them about my struggles, but it just ended in an argument. Sometimes I try to open up to friends, but I end up having to laugh it off as a joke. It's like nobody takes me seriously. Well, if you're a minor and your friends are also minors, it's like they're not therapists. Like, they might be able to be helpful and supportive in their own way, but like they're not professionals. And it's like, and you recognize that you want to talk to a professional. So there are people who will take it seriously. Like, the people who are in your circle right now don't take it seriously, so you need to step outside of your circle. Like, if your parents don't believe in mental health, you should have them take a trip to your local mental hospital. They should go visit your local mental hospital and just... Maybe that will... Like, what, I think everybody there is faking? Like, what do they think? Anyway. Some days it's debilitating, but I have too much stuff to do. I have too much going on in my head. The pressure feels like my head is going to explode. And I feel like part of the reason why you feel so much pressure is because you don't have anywhere to release that pressure. You don't have anybody to talk to who says, you know what, I hear what you're saying, I understand. You don't have people there who are helping you to feel validated in your feelings. So talk to a teacher. Talk to a counselor at school. Talk to your doctor, like your regular doctor. If you have just like a regular doctor you see, like, you can talk to them about that too. I would just try to find trusted adults who will listen, whether it be like a school social worker or a school counselor, just somebody who's, an adult that you can trust, not just some rando on the street. I guess what I would try to do is I would try to talk to my parents about it again, but I wouldn't let it turn into a fight, because if it turns into a fight, they're just going to dismiss it as you just being an angsty kid. They're just going to say, oh, it's just hormones. Oh, it's just, you know, teenage woes or whatever. They're just going to write it off and dismiss it. But what you need to do is you need to come at them and you just need to be as calm and collected as possible and say, guys, I'm really struggling right now. I really need some extra help and I need you to support me in that. If you're not going to support me in that, I'm going to have to find it on my own, and I don't want to have to do that, but I really need help. Whether or not they believe it, you believe it. And if you believe it, that matters. It doesn't matter if they believe in it or not. I think just the way you approach it and the way you talk about it can make all the difference. But if you come at it and you're like stressed and angry and upset, they might just try to dismiss it or write it off. It's like you just have to try to be as genuine and direct as possible. Just like, please just listen. Like, I'm really hurting, I'm really struggling, and I need help, and I don't know what I'm gonna do. Are you going to help me, or do I need to go look somewhere else for help? A lot of parents just have this habit of like writing off or dismissing their kids whenever they get angry because they don't want to get into an argument and a yelling match with a kid. And if they still won't listen, if they still won't help, talk to other adults, maybe other adults in your family, if you have like aunts or uncles or like adult siblings or cousins or, I would talk to anybody who's willing to listen. Any trusted adult in your life who's willing to listen, I would talk to them. My dad was dismissive when I would be vocal, but once I sat with him, he took it more serious, right? Like, if you want to sit down and have a serious conversation with him, you got to put on your serious voice. And sometimes we assume that, like, yelling equals seriousness, but that's not really how it works. Like, you gotta sit down with them and have the same type of tone and delivery that you would if you were a doctor telling a patient that they had, like, a serious illness. You're like, this is a real problem. Like, this is something we need to do something about. I hope it goes well. I hope you're able to find the help you need. I'm having the feeling that I'm not the kind of person that people want to be friends with. I know it's not true. Alright, hand it over. Give it. Give me that intrusive thought. We're done with it. Give it. Give it here. Give it. I'm taking this. You're done with it. You don't need it anymore. Honestly, just think of all the stuff that you could do instead of having to spend time and money going to a baby shower. I think they did you a favor. Honestly, they are missing out. Luna Blossoms is right, because you're probably the best person in that entire office to invite to that baby shower. Just saying. I would just assume that they assume that you're too cool for them. I'm so happy you're here with us and not eating melted chocolate out of diapers, right? It's like, that's the kind of stuff that they're doing. Like, not getting invited to a baby shower, not getting invited to, like, a child's birthday party. Like, hey, you want to come to my kid's birthday? It's like, oh, how old are they? Oh, they're turning 2. It's like, oh. I really don't want to spend hours out of my day at a young child's birthday party. I have literally anything else to do. I would literally rather lie in my bed and do nothing. I know what I need to do if I want to connect more. Right? I'm just like, realistically, if they knew you, if they had a genuine connection with you, and they were familiar with the qualities of character that you have, they would have invited you, no questions asked. That's fine. It's not a loss. I'd say it's actually a win. You don't have to go to a baby shower. I hope it goes nice for everyone, genuinely. Period. Like, you should want the best for people, even if they're people who, you know, like, you should want people to have happy lives and not wish malice onto others. Oh, the Raiders are here. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, the Brendan Easton Raiders. How's it going? Do you have a good stream? I do want her as my friend, and I think that's why I'm bummed. Then I would just go up to her and say, hey, I heard you're having a baby shower. Are you registered anywhere? I was thinking of getting you a little something. Just be like, oh, I heard you're having a baby shower. That's so exciting. I'm so happy for you. You had fun streaming. Nice. I'm glad you enjoyed your time. One of the things I want people to realize is that wishing happiness unto others helps you be happier. When you wish ill unto others, that shit almost always splashes back. That shit almost always backfires. I want to make it work with my partner, but they have suffered from a porn addiction, and I don't think I can be emotionally vulnerable with them because it was chronic for years. They said they stopped, but there's hardly and barely any emotional intimacy between us. Or maybe I'm the problem because of my walls I put up. I'm scared to be vulnerable with them and emotionally clocked out of the relationship. The easy answer to this is just to say that it won't work, but since you say that you want to make it work, let's talk about what we could do to make it work. This isn't just a you problem. Alright, I just want to make that clear. This isn't just a you problem. If you were to be more emotionally intimate with this person, what would make that easier to do? Like, if you've got walls up, those walls that you put up are your responsibility, but are they doing anything to make you feel more comfortable with taking your walls down? Like, if you don't have a valid reason or motivation to actually want to let your walls down, that just speaks of, some difficulties within the relationship. So, emotional intimacy is something that's going to be important for you in a relationship. Then if you want to feel more emotional intimacy, it's going to have to be something that you're going to have to sit down and talk about. You're going to have to talk about how you feel, and you're going to have to talk about what it is that you're looking for and what you want in the relationship. There's nothing wrong with sitting down and having this type of conversation in a relationship, because this is how you navigate and work through those issues that you have in a relationship. Talking about the things that you would like to work on in a relationship is not some indicator that the relationship is flawed. I feel like a lot of people avoid talking about issues in their relationships because they don't want to acknowledge that those issues do exist. But just avoiding and not talking about issues doesn't do anything to make those issues any less. It's like, do you have some work to do within yourself to take your walls down and be more vulnerable and emotionally intimate? Sure. Based on what you're telling me, yeah, sure. That's not a problem, though. A lot of people, it takes time for them to become more emotionally connected with people. It's normal to have some boundaries and some walls up in your life. But the point of a relationship is that you can become more comfortable letting those walls down so that you can grow closer. Like, so on one side, you've got walls up, and on the other side, is your partner doing anything to help you take those walls down, or are they, contributing to an environment that makes you feel more comfortable and more open to doing that? Is it possible that the years of porn addiction have fundamentally changed the way that your partner views a relationship? This is possible. Chronic porn addiction can really alter and skew the way that you view relationships and sex. So, you say that you want to make it work. If you want to make it work, you have to sit down and do the work. And they have to be willing to want to make it work too. And so if they don't show up at the table, if they're not willing to meet you in the middle, if they're not willing to talk about these issues with intimacy that you're experiencing, then I would revisit how you feel about the relationship. So yeah, maybe sit down and talk about it. Maybe even look into couples counseling if that's available. But I feel like, is this something that can be worked through? Yes. There are a lot of things in a relationship that can be worked through. I would say that most things can probably be worked through. But the thing is do you both want to do the work? Because there is work to be done. Also, I feel like your partner is somebody that you shouldn't be afraid to be vulnerable with. So I would just take some time to think about that as well. Like, is it just my partner that makes me afraid to be vulnerable with them, or is this something that I have trouble with in general? I was thinking about that today. Like, I could work through cheating, but there's no working through abuse. Right? And I feel like when I say most things in a relationship can be worked through, that's why I say most. Because it also depends on the person. For some people, there are things that are absolutely non negotiable, cannot be worked through. And then on the other side, there are people who will stick with their partner and try to work through anything and everything. So I guess it just depends. How much work are you willing to do? Relationships are work. Some relationships are more work than others, but all of them require at least some work. Some assembly required. I have a Dr. Disrespect shirt that I bought in 2017, and it has been rotting in my closet since he had that public affair. Now the news about him, I can't have this thing existing any longer. Any suggestions for how I should destroy it? Disrespectful methods preferred, I suppose. Let's think. Burn it. Burning it's always a good option. That's the standard choice, is to burn it. But let's see. Is there anything that might seem ironic or fitting, just given the history? Hmm. Let's ask the AI. Let's ask the AI what it thinks. Let's say that a person has a t-shirt that they want to get rid of. The t-shirt is associated with a very problematic public figure. The person wants to dispose of the shirt in the most disrespectful way possible. What should they do? Using it as a cleaning rag? That's kind of what I was thinking. I'm like, turn that shit into a cleaning rag. Like, wash your bathroom with it. Like, scrub your toilet with it. I was also thinking you could throw it away in the toilet in a public restroom. You remember when Dr. Disrespect was banned because he was filming in a public restroom? I feel like throwing away his shirt in a public restroom could also be fitting. A public display of destruction. That's a good one. Oh, wait, are you in America? Are you in America by any chance? Because if you're in America, the 4th of July is coming up. You could get some fireworks. You could literally blow it up. You could blow it up if you wanted to. Like, don't just burn it. Burn it excitedly. Anyway, thank you, ChatGPT, for your great recommendations. It was wonderful. God, isn't it wild that he just came out with that tweet and he just admitted to messaging a minor? Isn't that wild? After all these people were like, where's the proof? Where's the proof? Like, now what? It's like, now they're being really quiet. It's also so telling. It's also just so telling, like, about a person based on just the level of, like, mental gymnastics they will go through to try to defend what he's done. Like, well, maybe he didn't know. Like, you think if he didn't know that this person was underage, that he wouldn't have been very clear in specifying that when he admitted to doing it? Yeah, if a person messaged somebody and it turned out later that the person was underage, but they didn't know at the time, like the person was lying and said that they were of age, and it's like, okay, I will give you the benefit of the doubt. And probably have proof and screenshots of the person deceiving you. But I feel like if that actually was the case, that's something that I would be shouting from the fucking rooftops. honestly, good fucking riddance. Good fucking riddance. So, just if we were to just crowdsource all of the ideas put together by chat, um, you know, using it to wipe your ass would be a solid idea. You know, you could use it to wipe your ass and then throw it away in a plastic bag and then tie the bag off and then dump the bag in the restroom in the trash can of a public restroom. I was really mad about it yesterday. I'm like, it was a day of celebration for me yesterday. I'm fucking thrilled every time somebody who is just a complete and utter fucking creep gets exposed. I love it. I love it. I'm like, bring it on. Thanks, I'll use it to clean my toilet, then blow it up. I think that's a good idea. Give your toilet a good scrub with it, and then blow that shit up. Maximum disrespect. Like, if you want to see the worst eps, just absolutely worst takes, I'm just like, some subreddits, some Twitch chats are just full of just the most absolutely brain dead takes. Like, some people are still like, I don't know who these people are, but like, somebody admits to sending inappropriate messages to a minor, and then you're still trying to like make excuses for them or defend them. I'm like, FBI needs to come knocking at your door. I'm like, they need to take a look at those hard drives. Ideally, he would be in jail. Ideally, he would be in a volcano. Ideally, he would be inside of the sun. I kind of like, do you want me to like explain some of these behaviors, like why people do this kind of shit? I'm just like, there are some people who, when they are in a position where they have wealth and influence and power, the way that they respond to those things is to see how far they can take it, to see how much they can get away with. It's always the people who are like, who have power and influence over others that will abuse and misuse that power. Boy Scout leaders, church leaders, you know, even like parents and guardians and, you know, older siblings and older relatives, like people who have access to, like people who have unrestricted access to young kids. It's like, you need to be mindful of like what their intentions and their motives are. But sometimes these types of people who have a lot of like power and influence and wealth, it's like they just want to see how far they can push it. They just want to see how much they can just take, how much they can get away with. Like you see it a lot in like really high up positions. It's like that's where a lot of the like really like some of the worst offenders are some of the people who are like really high up in like the entertainment industry or in politics or high up like in corporations and stuff. It's like those types of positions attract a certain type of person. Positions of prestige and power and influence attract a certain type of person. What are the motives that they have for obtaining that power and influence? Do they have good motives or do they have bad motives? Some of us have good motives, like I want a bigger audience so that I can help more people. Like that's my motive. I don't want a bigger audience so that I have more power and influence and control over people. That's not what I'm in it for. But some people are. Some people like that they have that measure of control over people. I don't know. Like, is anybody really surprised though? Like, it is like be honest. I'm like, there are some people who are like, oh, I never saw this coming. Or there are people who are now like, oh, I can't be friends with this person anymore. I was talking to Casey the other day. I'm like, Casey, do you think Tim the Tatman's okay? I'm worried about Tim the Tatman. He was having a hard time. He's really torn up about this. Like, there's just so many like creepy, shady people in like the entertainment industry, but also in like all sorts of industries. But do you remember a while back there was a story that came out about Jonah Hill? Jonah Hill apparently tried to make out with a girl at a party and she was like 16 or something. And the story was like really throwing Jonah Hill under the bus. But what they didn't even really talk about or it really even expand on is like Justin Long and some other guy who like his roommate or something. It's like they would regularly have this type of party with the intention of bringing in young girls. I'm like, where's the public outcry? I'm like, where's the public outcry about Justin Long regularly hosting this type of party? It's like, sure, Jonah Hill's a fucking creep, but he was just invited to the party. He's just one part of the problem. And I'm like, this kind of shit happens a lot. It's like, so you're telling me that these rich streamers aren't having parties where they do the same type of shit that Justin Long and Jonah Hill do? You telling me they don't do the same exact fucking shit? Because I can guarantee that a lot of them do. Anyway. You can tell I'm mad, just look at my eyebrows. My eyebrows are locked in like this. Honestly, this is sad to say, but it's just not surprising to me whatsoever. Every time a public figure gets outed as a creep, I'm just like, I'm not surprised anymore. Like, I'm just not. I'm just like, well, okay, great. Like, is it really that hard to just not be a fucking creep? Is it really that hard to not just not be a fucking creep? Like, holy shit, it's really not that fucking hard. You know, I feel like this is also part of the reason why I have such a hard time giving men a pass, is because it's normally the men that do this kind of shit. Like, it's normally men that are just like, hey, I'm 40 and you're 16. I'll buy you alcohol and I'll get you into the club. I hate that I had to learn who Dr. Disrespect even is, which happened yesterday. I can't unknow this shit. That is true. You can't make yourself forget something, but you can allow yourself to forget something. All you gotta do is just not think about it anymore, and eventually it'll fall away. It's the way the brain works. Like, believe it or not, you and I have both forgotten far more things than we will ever remember. Just that we can't make ourselves forget stuff. We have to allow ourselves to forget stuff. Anyway. Why do people have to be creepy? Why do people have to be creeps? Ugh. I find this to just be one of the most frustrating facts of our world, is that there just seem to be so many people that normalize and are okay with just being complete and utter fucking creeps. It's like, it's not that hard to not be a creep. Like, holy shit. Like, I don't understand it. It's like, if you have a wife and a child, not messaging a minor is like the easiest thing in the world. Just don't do it. Just don't send the message. Just don't type words. Just don't engage with them. It's like the fact that you did it, it implies some intention. That it wasn't gonna stop there. Remember when he cried about cheating? Like, ugh. I kind of... You remember that guy who got caught looking at deep fake porn of other streamers, and then he like brought his wife on and he gave this like tearful apology, and she had to like sit there next to him during it? That was pretty fucked up too. know, maybe it's just a fundamental error within the Y chromosome that we just can't help but be creeps. I don't know. It just seems like a dude problem. I just haven't really encountered that level of creepiness in a woman ever. Imagine having fame and influence and millions of dollars and then throwing it all away because you just can't help but be a creep. Stupid fucking mistakes, man. Society has been normalizing predator behavior and it needs to stop. Yeah, humans have predatory instincts. It's part of our genetic code. You know, and it has to be because you have to go out and find food, you have to go out and find the things that you need to be able to survive. It's part of what helps you navigate living in a world. You know, you have to be able to go out and get what you need in order to continue living. The real issue here is that people apply their predatory instincts towards other people. Like, you view other people as meat. You view them as prey. And it's fucked up. It's fucked up. I just really wish people would stop dehumanizing one another. Well, I'm struggling to find meaning in life right now. Every day feels like the same routine. Get up, go to work, pay taxes, and repeat. Did I really come to this planet just to work a soul-sucking corporate job? Before COVID, I guess I was on autopilot and didn't feel this way. But the last few years have really made me question everything. Sometimes I feel like selling my apartment, quitting my job, and living in a van. But then the practical side of me talks me out of it. I know this is something I need to figure out myself. Do other people feel like this, or is it just me? You know, it's your life. Live it. If the way that it's going for you isn't working, it's okay to try something different. There's actually a lot of people who embrace the van life. It's a whole community of van lifers on the internet these days. Like, honestly, living in a van has become so popularized that there's an entire market for like equipment and gear that's just catered around living in a vehicle. But I feel like you're looking at the two extremes of the situation. It's like either things stay exactly the same as they are now, or I do a completely radical shift and I completely change my life entirely. I feel like realistically, the better option would be somewhere in the middle, whether it be having a better work life balance, spending more time to work on your hobbies, maybe not grinding so much at work, you know, just living more for yourself, working to live and not living to work. Oh, hey, Atticus. You wanna go outside? The thing about life is that you define what the meaning of it is. The meaning of life is up to us to decide what it is, because every life has its own meaning. And so you're at the point in your life where you're trying to figure that out. What is the meaning to my life? Maybe a vacation, maybe some more self care, maybe spending some more time with friends or family, or doing hobbies or things that you enjoy. Just taking time to, you know, do things that make life more worth living. Me personally, the way that I coped with having to work, because that's part of what living in capitalism requires of us, is you gotta work. You gotta make money somehow so that you can afford to live. I'm not the biggest fan of that. I feel like being born so that you can work is kind of not fun. The way that I cope with that is it's a tried and true technique known as doing the bare minimum. Productivity theater. Appearing busy at work while not actually doing anything. If you feel like your job is soul sucking, then you need to find something to do that gives you that sense of vitalizing your soul. If all of us thought like that, society would crumble faster than a house of cards. Maybe that's not such a bad thing. Maybe that's not the worst thing in the world. Sorry for the loud music. I'm gonna go get some more coffee and let the dogs outside. I'll be right back. enjoy these baby animals. We would plunge into a world of anarchy where the most unspeakable atrocities would be committed. They're already being committed. They're being committed right now. Like, we already live in a world of anarchy. Okay, I'm back. I got up to go get a coffee, and then I realized Penny peed on one of the little rugs, so I had to go throw it in the washing machine. It's nasty, dog. Nasty. She's a nasty little dog. She's the type of dog you'll let her outside and she'll go outside and she'll be outside for 10 minutes. Then she'll just come inside and piss on your rug. Nasty. Nasty business. These small rat dogs. I know, it's these rat dogs. They're always trying to mess with you like that. They think they're hot shit. Brand new rug, too. Like, Penny, you're 7 years old. Do I have to put out puppy pads for you? Do you need puppy pads? You're a grown-ass dog. I'm gonna have to treat you like a puppy. Hopefully it's machine washable. Yeah, the rugs that we have are machine washable because we've learned from experience. He did it. You thinking about how the grout isn't sealed yet? Oh, I sealed all that grout. I sealed that grout. I'm getting really stressed. Do you want to talk about it? Let's talk about it.
Really about
I don't know if I should press charges or not. Well, I think you know where I stand on this, so me just telling you what I think isn't going to be very helpful, I don't think. So, me personally, do I think that you should? Yes. Is it challenging and stressful to do that? Also, yes. But I would just try to think about it this way. What is the best way to actually protect yourself from future harm? And what is the best way to ensure that justice is found? And sometimes that involves doing something difficult or stressful. Like, his actions have consequence, and you will have to be a part of the person who has to, ensure that those consequences are met. I don't feel a need for justice for myself. I just want to disappear. That's also what he wants. So don't give him what he wants. You gotta stand strong. You can't crumple. You're stronger than you know, and I know that you have what it takes to do it. You can stand up for yourself, and you can do what you need to do. I do believe that you can. I would say also don't just do it for you, do it for anybody in the future that he might also go abuse. Let's look at it this way. Let's say that you didn't press charges and he's able to get off scot-free and he just goes and finds somebody else to abuse. Is that something that you're okay with? But on the flip side, if you do press charges and he does have to serve time, that could potentially also help somebody else to not get abused. You can face up to 6 years. Good. Good. Maybe 6 years in the Swedish justice system will help him find what he needs. I just want peace. Then I would think about it that way too. Would you feel more at peace knowing that he is locked behind bars, or would you feel more peace knowing that he's out there doing who knows what? I just think that if you were to press charges, it would be really cool. I just think it would be really cool. I think that'd be a really badass move. I think you know where I stand on this. Me personally, I'm like, lock him up. I feel like I can't win. But I feel like that's also because when you're in a domestic abuse situation, even a quote unquote win doesn't really feel like a win. It's not really until there's been some time that has passed and you're able to, focus on yourself and focus on your healing that you're able to look back and say, you know what, I'm glad that I stood up for myself. I'm glad that I was brave. And I'm glad that I did what I needed to do. don't know how it is in the US, but where I live, domestic violence is a public crime, meaning anyone could press charges for you. In some places, that is how it is, but I don't even think that it's consistent even between US states. Like, even within the United States, in some states, the laws are different. Like, I've known people who have had, like, terrible abuse done to them, but then the person that did the abuse, and I'm talking, like, really bad abuse, like, threatening their life, like, with a gun, like, holding them hostage. I'm talking, like, police cars following them and stuff, like, intense. They didn't press charges, so they couldn't do anything. They want me to be involved in the case. I feel like this is a great opportunity for you to take your power back. Because a lot of what happens in abusive relationships is you're made to feel powerless. You're made to feel like I don't have any sense of agency. And so I see this as a really great opportunity for you to feel, you know, yourself again. To feel like you're more in control of your life again. I feel like even if you did have to go back and like revisit it and talk about it, it's like, is that stressful? Yes. Could it also help to give you a sense of closure? Possibly. Sometimes going through and just talking about all of the stuff that you've been through, it really puts it into perspective. Like, wow, I've had to put up with a lot of shit. I've had to put up with a lot of abuse. And so he deserves what's coming to him. It's just so hard with all these people pushing me. It feels like I'm doing it for them and not me. I want to speak on that for a second. I feel like their intentions are coming from a good place. And the reason why it feels like they're pushing you so much to do it is because they've probably seen other people in a similar position not do it. And then they've seen people who have been abusers get away with it. And they don't want to see him get away with it, which is why they're pushing you to do it. Does that make sense? It's something that happens a lot when you work with people who are in abusive situations. It's like you have to put the person who was abused in this really stressful situation. I feel like perhaps we're looking at this in the wrong way. I feel like you should look at this as an opportunity to just serve so much cunt. You have the opportunity to serve the greatest amount of cunt possible. If that's not motivating to you, I don't know what else would be. His lawyers are making good points too, though. Don't let them gaslight you. You don't hate him? Hate the sin, not the sinner, I guess. I don't have anything nice to say about the guy. People who abuse their partners are like bottom of the fucking barrel for me. That's like the lowest of the low. How about we try the best friend technique? Let's say you had a best friend who was getting the shit beaten out of them by their partner for a decade. What would you want them to do? He could face deportation. His company employs over 100 people whose jobs could be at risk if this goes down. Well, then he shouldn't have fucking beat you, should he? It sounds like his actions have consequences. If I have to take any future victims into account, then they are victims too. Yeah, but they're not victims of you. They're victims of him. They'll find somebody to replace him. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. This sounds like something that his lawyers pulled out of their ass. They're like, oh no, he can't go down for this. What about people's jobs? I'm like, what about not beating your fucking wife, you fucking clown? Honestly, good. If his actions fuck up the whole company, good. They should have hired somebody who doesn't beat their fucking wife. It sounds like his lawyers are trying to guilt you and make you feel like like you can't press charges because other people are going to suffer. It's like, okay, that's his fault. He shouldn't have beat you. I'm tired and I'm scared. Do you think that you will be able to sleep easier if he's locked away? Do you feel like you will feel less scared if he's behind bars? I tell you what, can I just be honest with you? I would sleep better. I would feel better if he was in prison. Because I'll be completely honest with you. Whenever you would tell me stuff about just the terrible things he was doing to you, and then sometimes you would disappear for a week or two and we wouldn't hear from you or see you, I was honestly worried that he killed you. So I want you to be brave. Like I know that you can be. Why are you apologizing? You didn't do anything wrong. This was too much. It is a lot. But I don't know. I think he needs to get what's coming to him. I don't think that it's okay that he learns that he can just get away with doing this. You know? It's just gonna be worse for the next person he's with. Hmm. I'm too mentally ill for this shit. I don't feel like anybody would have an easy time going through what you're going through. And I also feel like you're tougher than most, which is part of the reason why you're going to get through this and why you're going to do what you need to do. Like we don't do things in life just because they're easy. Sometimes we do things in life because they're hard because we know that they have to be done. Just try to get some rest. Think about it. Try to get an advocate or somebody that you can talk to, or might be somebody who can represent you on your behalf. We just want to see you safe and happy and enjoying life, and I feel like one of the options in this case will give you more of that result. Like, people who abuse others need to learn that their actions have consequences. Otherwise, they're just going to go on and continue abusing people. Like, is it right and is it fair that you might have to be one of the ones that has to make sure that these consequences are enforced? No. It's not fair. I haven't even had an opportunity to talk to him. That's probably for the best. Like, what is there to talk about? Like, just more lies, more gaslighting, more lip service. Learning how to love ourselves should be an entire class taught in school. I agree. I agree. Not only do I feel like people need to learn how to love themselves, but I feel like a lot of people have a lot of unlearning to do, because a lot of people are taught that loving yourself is selfish, loving yourself is narcissistic, or loving yourself is wrong because you don't deserve it. And I feel like that's all incorrect. You have to love yourself, because if you don't love yourself, how in the hell are you going to love anybody else? They gave me a deadline by Friday to join their case, so I guess we'll see. If they want you to do it, there's a reason why they want you to do it. And so I would just ask them why it is that it's important that you do it. I don't think that they want you to do it just for fun. I don't think that they want you to do it just because they're trying to mess with you or just trying to, cause you stress. I think they want to see justice served, and they want to see somebody who abuses and assaults their partner facing justice. Like, the way I see it is, if he didn't want to go to jail, if he didn't want to jeopardize things at his company, at his job, then he shouldn't have hit you. Simple as that. I don't know. Me personally, I just can't stomach people who physically abuse their partners. Like, I can never justify or rationalize that. I'm just like, there's just no way. Hmm. You've got some time to think about it. You said you have until Friday, and it's Wednesday, so you've got a couple days to think about it. But I would just ask your gut what it thinks. I would ask your heart what it thinks, and I would just take more time to think about it. 'Cause I feel like deep down you know the right answer, and it might not be the easy answer. It might not be. It might not be easy. It might be stressful. But I feel like deep down you know what it is you need to do. I think there's something important to consider, and I feel like this is something that people who are victims of like domestic abuse, they often feel. This is an opportunity for you to tell your story. I mean, to you it might feel like you're revisiting things or you're bringing up the past, but this is an opportunity for you to tell your story and to share the things that you've been through so that people can understand what type of person he is. And I feel like that's important. And I feel like looking at it from where you're at now, it sounds stressful and it sounds overwhelming, but I believe that what most people feel like after they're able to like have their voice heard, they do feel a lot of relief and they do feel more peace. It's your story, and I feel like it's important to tell it. And there are people who want to hear it. Finally out of work. And it's 4:20. What a coincidence. Me personally, I'm just chilling at the moment. Prefrontal cortexes are fascinating, aren't they? The prefrontal cortex. It's the final part of your brain to finish developing. And for some people, it's not done developing until Almost 30 years old. This is the part of your brain that performs what are known as executive functions. Executive functions. It's exactly what it sounds like. Getting down to business. It also influences your behavior and your personality. It's a part of your brain that says, if I did this thing, what would happen? Is this a good choice? Is this a bad choice? Should I wash my dishes? Should I do my laundry? When does a human being fully develop? The prefrontal cortex isn't done developing until roughly 25 years old. Here, let's do it this way. Oh, okay. There's misconceptions about what this actually means. Like some people, it's this false assumption that like, oh, I'm 25, I'm mature now. It's like, no, not necessarily. It's just that your brain is finally done developing. You're finally done cooking. Now the thing about your brain is it isn't just the development of your brain, it's also the connections that exist within your brain. Like by 25, you've got all of the infrastructure, and now it's just about how much interconnectedness is there within that network. Human brains have a high amount of what is known as white matter. White matter is the stuff that connects the other areas of your brain, and it's what allows your brain to be more interconnected. So gray matter produces the effects of your body, but white matter is what interconnects those different parts of your body that have those different functions. And so this is how you're actually able to like think about things on a deeper, more complicated level. It's the white matter that helps humans to be humans and not, other types of animals that don't have the same type of brain as us. You're gonna try to get some sleep. I hope you get some good sleep. My brain feels weird looking at itself. It's true. Thinking about the brain kind of gives your brain a fuzzy feeling. Is this info useful? Yeah, I think so. Because it really speaks to the capacity for humans to grow and change and adopt new behaviors. Like, your behaviors don't have to be locked in. Like, you can learn a new way of functioning thanks to your brain's ability to form new connections. Not all creatures with brains have that same functionality. But I feel like part of the reason why so many people get stuck the way that they are is they just have this assumption that I can't change. I am the way that I am. You're just going to have to deal with it. But that's not true. You can change your mind. For me personally, understanding how my brain works really helped understand, like, my understanding of how to approach mental health.
It's kind of like learning how to program. You learn how to program and you can learn how to work a computer better. Can you teach an old dog new tricks? You might have a harder time doing it with a dog. They don't have as much white matter in their brain. A human, on the other hand, we got plenty of white matter. At every age, learning and change is possible at any age. It's kind of a misconception that after a certain age you just stop learning. That's not true. You can learn any day of your life. The thing is that part of what makes changing your mind difficult is that you have to break old connections and reroute them through new connections in your mind. Whenever you adopt a new way of thinking, you are changing the direction and the flow of your thinking through changing the direction and flow of the connections in your brain. And when you're older and your ideas are really cemented in and they're very reinforced, it can be more challenging to rewire them because they've just been so... It's like the old roots of a tree. It's like the older a tree gets, those main roots just get bigger and bigger, and then, like, you know what I mean? Part of what the brain does is it operates under this false assumption that since I've been thinking something for a long time, it must be true. Otherwise, why would I have thought it for so long? Why would I have believed it for so long? It must be true. The sunk cost fallacy applies to your own thinking as well. It literally reminds me of this meme. I want you to think about how your thought patterns form. Let's think about them. Well, like, we use all sorts of, like, analogies and references. I'd like to continue using different ones because different ones resonate better with different people. So the more different types of analogies I can use, the more people will understand exactly what I'm trying to talk about. I want you to think of your thought pathways like rivers. A river doesn't start as a river, it starts as just a little trickle of water. And then it carves away, and it gets stronger, and it gets wider, and it gets more connected, and it becomes longer, and, you know, next thing you know, it's flowing. It's flowing year-round. Now, if you're trying to change your thinking, it's like trying to reroute a river. You have to redirect some of that water or some of that energy, some of that thinking in a different direction. And then over time, what happens is the water will change direction and it'll start flowing in that new direction. Now, maybe some water will still trickle in the other direction, the old direction, the way it's used to going. This is kind of what it's like when you revisit an old idea and you're like, oh, I thought I was over that. I thought I had moved beyond that embarrassing memory from middle school. It's like, no, it was still in there somewhere. It's just you don't go there very often. The pathway's not that strong. And so changing your thinking is like redirecting a river. And the older you get and the longer that river has existed, the stronger and the wider that river might be. Which means it can take a lot more energy and effort to actually get it to change. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to take forever or that it's going to be impossible. Old people can change their mind, it just takes a little bit longer for them to do that. Because they're very ingrained in their existing way of thinking. So whenever you catch yourself in an outdated way of thinking, I want you to just picture yourself just floating down that river in your mind. And consider where you would like to reroute that river to. You're going to have to start perhaps digging a new channel. But maybe you won't have to dig that much. Maybe you just have to dig enough so that that river connects with another existing river. And then they can join into a new pathway. I feel like another reason why people avoid changing their mind is they assume that it's going to be a lot of work. And it might be, but it really doesn't have to be. It's just all about finding and making the right connections in your mind. And that's part of the reason why therapy is cool, is because therapists are normally pretty good at helping you figure out what types of connections you need to make so that making your mind operate in a different way will be easier for you. The nice thing about carving out a new channel for the river is that the water will help you carve after you make the first few carves. Exactly. See, you get it. You get it, exactly. Your brain works in a similar way. Like, how much of you is water? A lot of the way that we operate is based on how water operates. A lot of the rules in nature are centered around the behavior of water. So just try to be water. Just flow. What are some other examples? What's another way I could describe it? I'm like, I just want to describe it in as many ways as I can think, just so that it makes sense to the most people. As a Pisces, this metaphor resonates with me. Yeah, we just had to use water as a reference. There we go. That works. That, I've found, is one of the biggest tricks in mental health, is just figuring out what will resonate with the person that you're talking to. Because no two people are exactly the same. Like a vine on a trellis. Yeah, we use like nature and plants a lot, and we use we used water. Let's think about electricity. Let's think about the power grid. Your brain operates on electricity. And so we can understand it a little bit better by understanding electricity a little bit. Electricity is going to be our metaphor. On the left, you have a representation of what the electrical activity looks like in your brain. And on the right, you have an overhead view of a country at night. It's actually the United States, but flipped for some reason. I don't know why it's reversed. Do you see the similarities between these two things? Different nodes, different connections, different levels of activity, different levels of brightness. Just like on a map of the United States, there are going to be active areas, there are going to be rural areas that are less connected. The same goes for your brain. Your brain is powered by electricity, and we are powered by electricity. So think about this. What towns or cities in your mind are consuming too much electricity? And give some consideration into where you would like to redirect that power. Like, let's say Social Anxiety Town over here. Like, oh no, Social Anxiety Town is drawing way too much power. We need to redirect it. We're giving them too much juice. I need to redirect that energy somewhere else. Visualizing that happening within your mind, meditating on it, and thinking about making that change actually helps your brain to make that change. It's what actually helps your brain to reroute that energy from one town to the next. How many ghost towns in your mind are you still running electricity to? How many ghost towns in your mind that have population 0, there's nobody living there anymore? Everybody left it a long time ago. But you're still pumping their power. You're still running their refrigerators. You're still turning on their lights. And there's nobody living there. Maybe you want to start a new city. You want to start a new town. Or maybe you want to meet the settlers down in Self-Respectville and give them power. You want to connect them to the grid. Because one of the things I find interesting about the world is the emergence of patterns. And when you consider, this doesn't really work if you just look at like a city at night. You have to zoom out and look at an entire country. Because that's how many connections there are inside your head. You have trillions of connections inside your head. And even a city is oversimplified. Like all of the connections in this map of this state, of like the entire United States, it still pales in comparison, the amount of connections within your head. Like, it's a whole order of magnitude different between billions and trillions. Like, you have billions of electrical connections within the United States, all of those interconnected systems. Within your brain, there are even more. But it operates under similar principles. So just think about it. What areas of your mind are eating up too much of your energy? And would that energy be better used elsewhere? I just want you to really hear what I'm saying here, because I feel like for some people, they will dismiss it and say it's like, oh no, that's too simple. Oh no, that doesn't make sense. That couldn't possibly be. But literally thinking about changing your mind helps to change your mind. The way that you change your mind is through your thinking, and thinking about changing your mind helps your mind to change. But the thing about your mind is that you can't just force it to change. Just like it takes time to redirect electricity from one town to the next, like let's say, you know what, this town, it's shut down, everybody's moved, there's no jobs, nobody lives here, it's a ghost town. We're going to reroute that power grid to the next town over where everybody's moving to. It's going to take time to do. It's not an instantaneous process. But one of the things that we often demand of our brain is we want it to change, and we want it to change right now. And so we settle for short-term satisfactions. We hit the vape again, we take another drink, we take another hit, we scroll on social media, and it scratches that itch for the moment. But then we're left with this lingering feeling of dissatisfaction, and then we wonder why. Ask yourself the hard questions. Sort that shit out. Your link sent me to an error. No hot linking. They said no hot linking. If I didn't have a bestie to bounce ideas off of and learn new habits, I would have been stuck in the same cycle for a long time. I needed to route more energy to Friendship Island. Also, consider moving those people from Friendship Island onto the mainland. Not that there's anything wrong with living on an island, it's just that it costs more resources to get there when it's far away. Also, this ties into something that we mentioned earlier. The best friend technique. When it comes to identifying, how to handle the thoughts that you're struggling with, or, the situation that you're in, look at it as if it's happening to your best friend. You need to get into the practice of viewing yourself as someone that you deeply care about, someone that you want the best for. Because that's what'll help you to make better decisions. Your bestie is in chat. Name him. So think about it. Think about your mental map. Where in your mind is drawing too much of your focus, too much of your energy? It's draining your power grid. Where do you want to redirect that juice? No, just like that edible's starting to kick in, so don't mind me. I am getting a little high, but just look at some of the patterns that form with this electricity. It's zoomed in enough. It's can you tell that I'm looking at a map of the United States, or does it look like I'm looking at, something else, some other pattern within nature? It's hard to tell. If I told you that this picture on the right was actually an image of the electrical activity in somebody's brain, you'd probably believe me. Would we speak to our friends in as critical of a voice as we speak to ourselves? That's true. I feel like I want to talk on that for a moment. one of the things that we do to protect ourselves from harm is we're really hard on ourselves. Because if we're really hard on ourselves, then nobody else could be mean. Nobody can be mean to me. I'm already meaner to me. So you can't hurt me by being mean to me. I'm already the meanest person that there is to me. That's how a lot of people operate. That type of person is pretty easy to spot and identify once you recognize some of the signs of that behavior. But that's something that we do. It's like we protect ourselves from other people's criticisms by being hypercritical of ourselves. Or like, other people must be judging me, so I have to be extra judgmental of myself to protect myself from their judgment. I'm like, motherfucker, the judgment is calling from inside the house. My biggest enemy is me, Papa 911. That's how I operate. Then knock it off. Cut it out. You know what I started doing? Whenever I would catch myself with my hyper-judgmental inner monologue, I would tell myself, shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here. Are you just going to criticize me, or you have some actual shit to say? If you don't have a suggestion about what I should do, you're not being helpful. If you're just going to come in here and drop in criticism but not actually be a part of a solution, you can get the fuck out of here. It's fucking useless. It's about as useless as a fucking YouTube comment. Like, do you go ruining your day because of the quality of thought that goes into your average YouTube comment? Bonk me? Oh, I don't know if you're ready for this. Combo bonk. Give your brain the time it needs to change and just keep gently nudging it in the right direction. You can give yourself a sense of urgency if you have to, but you've probably got time. Like, compare yourself as you are now to you a year ago. Where were you last June? How were you mentally last June? Do you feel like you've gotten better, or do you feel like you've gotten worse? This is what I mean when I say ask yourself the hard questions. Am I improving, or am I getting worse? If you actually want to get better, this is a question that you have to regularly ask yourself. Asking yourself this question doesn't mean that you're getting worse. It just means that you want to get better. You're committed to getting better, so you're just keep in check. In reality, it's very rarely so linear. It's normally like, maybe in some ways I'm getting better, but then in some ways I might be getting not as good. You know, like maybe mentally I'm doing great, but I haven't been going to the gym. Or, you know, maybe like mentally I've been improving, but my diet has been not so good. Or maybe, you know, I'm improving in some areas of my life, but I'm having a little bit of a dip in some other areas of my life. It's fine. It's fine. Don't base your entire life and your whole trajectory off of one metric. Like, there are many different metrics that you can use to quantify your status at this point in time. Because the truth of it is that sometimes focusing on one area of your life detracts from other areas of your life. Like maybe you want to learn a hobby, you want to learn how to play an instrument. and you have to spend hours out of every week practicing this instrument. It's like other areas of your life are going to be impacted by that. It's like you might not get as much time to socialize. You might not have as much time to make yourself a nice meal at home, you know? Things fluctuate, and that's okay. Honestly, this time 2 years ago was when Roe v. Wade got overturned, and sadly, the world is no better. I didn't ask about the world. I asked about you. I don't cry over the Constitution anymore. It's a yes or no question. Normally, as a trained therapist, I am trained to not ask yes or no questions, but from time to time, it is acceptable to use a yes or no question if the situation warrants it. This is a yes or no question. Do you feel better than you did 2 years ago? You physically, you mentally, you personally, not the world. Like, is the world going to shit? The world's been going to shit. The world's been going to shit. Since the time that people learned how to talk to one another, the world's been going to shit. It's like, did you hear that the tribe next door has actually started keeping animals at their village? Right? Like, isn't that disgusting? Like, they don't go out into the fields and hunt them like we do. They don't go follow them around as the seasons change. They're not nomadic. They're staying in one place. This world is going to shit. Did you see those motherfuckers up the stream? They're planting. They're planting things. They're putting seeds in the ground. They're not going out and harvesting what Mother Nature is giving us as we've earned by harvesting from the trees and the fields and foraging. They're planting their crops at their village. The world's going to shit, man. People have always thought the world was going to shit, ever since people realized they were living on a world. The thing that really, like, the one that I use is, it's more of like a modern example of it, but realistically it's been going on forever. Like with any major innovation or any change, it's like, slowly but surely, I feel like we are shifting in a good direction. I feel like more people's minds are aware to the flaws that exist in our current system, and they are becoming more open to adopting a new system. And I think that's good. I think that's headed in the right direction. Is it happening fast enough? I don't know. Probably not. Not for my taste. I'd like it to go a little faster, but things have changed a lot, just in the span of our lives. Especially if you were born before the internet was popular. Like, thinking about how much the world has changed just in the span of my life, it's like, ooh, things do change pretty fast. You gotta think of things in a bigger scope. You know? Like 1 or 2 years, that's nothing. That's nothing. When you start thinking, you know, decades, it's like lots changes. But still, it was a yes or no question. I honestly think I'm doing worse than 2 years ago, but I'm proud of myself for still being here, and I think that's the best way I can frame it. Now here's my question for you. All right? It's actually a follow-up question. Do you think that you 2 years ago had the emotional awareness or the strength to be that reflective and that aware of your mental state? Or was you 2 years ago not really there yet? I'm cooking something here, okay? Cook along with me. Because here's the thing. I don't want to get ahead of myself. Should I not? Should I not spoil it? I'll wait. I'm gonna spoil it. I can't help it. I'm gonna spoil it. We've talked about this before. One of the things that occurs when you are getting better is that you feel like you're getting worse. And the reason why that is because you are becoming more aware of the areas in your life that you are trying to fix. And that is exactly how you want to feel, because that's the only way that you can fix them is by becoming more aware of them, understanding them, and then working to change them. So there's a point in your healing journey where you are feeling like, you know what, I feel like I'm getting worse. I've been doing all this work, but I feel like I'm getting worse. It's like, no, you're just more aware of the problem. It's like, imagine that you're looking at it under a microscope. And then you switch the lens. You're now magnified even more. It's more magnified, so it appears bigger. But in reality, you're actually moving up. This is another part of the reason why people on the upswing are at the highest risk of self-harm. Because they still have those depressive ideas, but they're actually developing, more energy and the ability to act on those ideas. But no, this is a sign that you're headed in the right direction. You're allowing yourself to feel your feelings rather than hiding from your feelings. And so I would say, yes, you are doing better than you were. I want you to zoom out a little more, because we're really dialed in. We want to zoom out a little bit. I want you to look at a 5-year timeline. 2 years ago, you today, and then you another 3 years in the future. Actually, let's say just another 2 years in the future. Like we'll count today as this year. So there's you 2 years ago, there's you today, and then there's you 2 years in the future. Think about how different you are from then, and think about how different you could be in 2 more years. I feel like sometime within perhaps the next few months, perhaps the next year, you'll really start to feel better. You'll actually start to feel a lot better because you've been doing the work and you've been out in the fields planting all those fucking crops and laying all that new power line, and you're ready to fucking do it, and you're actually ready to move in. This is also part of the reason why some people have such a hard time even believing in mental health or believing that they can get better, is because in the process of getting better, you may actually start to feel worse, and so people just avoid it entirely and they just say, not gonna do it, not for me. And so even taking, the time and the energy to do it, it shows that you have a really good quality of character, that you want to improve, you want to grow. You want to learn more about yourself so that you can put more love out there into the world because it needs it. It's a good thing. You're a good person. Just keep heading in the direction you're heading. You're just a You're just a handful of aha moments away from really starting to feel good. What I've noticed is that in your mental health journey, that journey of becoming better and feeling, better about yourself, looking at your life differently, you have those light bulb moments. Light comes on over your head, those aha moments, those feelings of breakthrough or those feelings of epiphany. Those are when you experience gamma waves in your brain. That's when gamma waves are produced in your brain. It's the highest level of brainwave that you can produce, and it also produces some of the most intense sensations within your brain, okay? Try to focus on those feelings. Now here's when you would really start cooking. Train yourself to make more gamma waves in your brain. Because we've got science that, if this is starting to sound woo-woo too fucking bad, it's actually scientifically backed. We're talking about electricity. We're talking about frequencies.
My co-author of the book Altered Traits is a neuroscientist, Richard Davidson. He has a lab at the University of Wisconsin. It's a very large lab. He has dedicated scanners. He has about 100 people working there. And he was able to do some remarkable research where he flew Olympic level meditators who live in Nepal or India, typically, or some in France. He flew them over to the lab and put them through a protocol in his brain scanners and did state-of-the-art tests, and the results were just astounding. We found, for example, or he found, that their brainwaves are really different. Perhaps the most remarkable finding in the Olympic level meditators has to do with what's called a gamma wave. All of it.
We've talked about this before, but revisiting, because I feel like this is worth revisiting. But what we're talking about right now is gamma waves. Your brain operates on electricity, and electricity moves in a wave. Are we up to speed? Does anybody need further explaining on that? Electricity moves in a wave. Its particles bounce in a wave. And since your brain runs on electricity, it produces these types of waves. Your brain operates between what is known as delta waves. Those are your deepest, slowest types of brain waves. And those happen in your brain when you're sleeping. And then moving up from those, you have different levels that are tied into different levels of your awareness. Basically, the higher the frequency of the electrical activity in your brain, the more aware and alert you are. Does that make sense? Any questions so far? I haven't lost any of you. Are we still following? So, for an average person, they produce gamma waves, which are the highest level of brain wave, in little spurts, sometimes for just a few seconds at a time. And these are those aha moments, those moments where you've solved a problem that you've been working on for a long time, you've been working on something for months, and you're finally coming to, you're figuring it out. So just think about a moment where you figured something out. Think about a moment where it felt like a light bulb came on over your head. That moment of breakthrough, epiphany. Now imagine what it would be like to feel that feeling all the time. That is what trained meditators can do in their brain. They operate at a higher frequency. They are pushing the boundaries of what human awareness is. Alright? Any questions? Alright. Back to the video.
Us get gamma for a very short period when we solve a problem we've been grappling with, even if it's something that's vexed us for months. We get about a half second of gamma. It's the strongest wave in the EEG spectrum. We get it when we bite into an apple or imagine biting into an apple. And for a brief period, a split second, inputs from taste, sound, smell, vision, all of that come together in that imagined bite into the apple. But that lasts very, very short period in an ordinary EEG. What was stunning was that the Olympic level meditators, these are people who've done up to 62,000 lifetime hours of meditation.
Now, just so you know, you don't have to do 62,000 hours of meditation in order to have an effect. What they've found is that there is a noticeable change in a person's EEG, which is your electroencephalogram. It's the way that they measure electroactivity in your brain. They can notice a change in your brain in as little as 2 weeks. About 14 hours. If you did it for 30 minutes a day for 2 weeks, you could start to see a change.
Their brainwave shows gamma very strong all the time as a lasting trait, just no matter what they're doing. It's not a state effect, it's not during their meditation alone, but it's just their everyday state of mind. We actually have no idea what that means experientially. Science has never seen it before. We also find that in these Olympic level meditators, when we ask them, for example, to do a meditation on compassion, their level of gamma jumps 700 to 800% in a few seconds. This has also never been seen by science. So we have to assume that the special state of consciousness that you see in the highest level meditators is a lot like something described in the classical meditation literature centuries ago, which is that there is a state of being which is not like our ordinary state. You know, sometimes it's called liberation, enlightenment, awake, whatever the word may be. We suspect there's really no vocabulary that captures what that might be. The people that we've talked to in this Olympic level group say it's a very spacious sense. You're wide open. You're prepared for whatever may come. We just don't know, but we do know it's quite remarkable.
What do you think? I think that's pretty cool. I think it's really cool, and it's not something that we really teach or that is taught to us. Just your ability to really improve the functionality of your brain if you use it in the right way. You know, if you're not experienced with meditation, you know, there are easy ways to start practicing, you know, even if you just do it for a minute at a time, even if you just do it, you know, here and there, a few moments, you can still see some benefit to it. There's a lot of misunderstanding about what meditation is. You don't have to sit down, focus, think nothing. It's like, no, you're trying too hard, you're pushing too hard. The trick to meditation is to allow your mind to wander and then watch where it goes. and then forget that you're doing that, and then to just lose yourself in the process. Just be. Let all of you just evaporate away until you are nothing but your awareness. What you realize by meditating and by leaning into this aspect of yourself is that there is a part of your mind that just watches and observes everything else that is happening to you. This is what a lot of meditators do, is they lean into that feeling of the observer within themselves, the part of them that is here and that is present, that is mindful and aware. Walking meditation. Oh yeah, walking meditation is a great way to meditate, especially if you don't like seated meditation. The level you want to try to get to is when you get enough practice in meditating, you unlock this new ability. You unlock a new perk, a new feat. Basically, you level up and you unlock a new skill. And it's called passive meditation. You get enough practice in your meditation to just meditate while doing other stuff. And so you just do everything throughout your day in a more meditative way. PTSD interrupts my meditation often. And what do you think might help in changing that? I have a technique you could try if you want to. One of the things that might be helpful if you have a hard time telling your mind to be quiet, don't yell at it. Don't tell it to shut up. You're trying to get it to be quiet. So what do? You act like you're in a library. You're in a library and you're trying to study. You're trying to focus. But there's somebody in the corner saying, "Hey, remember your trauma? Hey, remember your trauma? Hey, look over here. Hey, remember your trauma?" But you're in the library. You're trying to read a book. So what I need you to do is just go, shh. Make a shushing sound, but do it inside your mind. Just make a shush inside your mind that quiets the other voices, those other aspects of yourself, those other distracting thoughts. You know, I do like that analogy for meditation. It's like you're in the library and you're trying to read a book, but you're trying to read a book about yourself. You're trying to read a book of insight and discovery about who you are as a person. You're in a library and you're trying to read your manual. It's like, oh, I found my manual. I found my instruction manual. Let me read through it. But then there's other books in your library, like your life story and all the other shit that's going on and all the other things that you could think about, but you're trying to focus on you. Those other parts of you are going to try to get your attention. You just got to try to just gently tell them to shush. Because if you yell at them to shush, now you're the one yelling in the library. The library is quiet time. Tibetan prayer beads. Oh yeah. See, look at you. You've already been practicing. You already do the stuff. I'm like, and it's working. So just keep at it. Like, maybe you aren't where you want to be in life yet. But that's okay. The only way that you can get there is by getting there, and you're in the process of getting there. So that's where showing yourself some grace comes in. It's like I don't know, I'm on the road trip. It's like I'm on the road trip and I'm in the middle of nowhere right now, but you know, if I want to get to where I'm going, I got to keep going. Except instead of a road trip, it's more like hitchhiking. Mental health is like trying to go across country in your mind by hitchhiking. Sometimes you hop in a car and they take you in the completely wrong direction. Meditating is like getting out of the car and walking. Cleaning the basement opened up all this space I didn't even know existed. You're talking about your real basement? How'd that feel? That must be nice. Or is that an analogy for your mind? I don't know. I use house analogies too. I'm like, you know, you got an attic full of clutter. If you want to free up some more space, you got to go through all those boxes. It's not about getting rid of everything in your attic that you want to let go of. It's about decluttering. It's about just making some space for yourself. You know what I mean? Your mind attic is full. The closed captions were so wrong with that. I said your mind attic is full. Your mind attic is full of all of these boxes, of all these memories, all the stuff that's happened to you, all of these experiences, all of these feelings. And there's another part of you. It's like, what the fuck am I gonna do with all this shit? I got a lot of shit to go through. I don't want to go through all that shit. The good news is that you don't have to go through all of the shit at once. This is a project that you can take your time on. You just go up into the attic, you bring down one box, and you go through that one. You don't have to worry about everything. You'll get there. You just do it gradually. It was so overwhelming at first, and I just started with one little corner. Yup. Whenever it comes to starting cleaning, just pick a corner. And then start at the top and work your way down. What was that one quote about the sorrows of tomorrow? Worry never weakens the sorrows of tomorrow. It only saps today of its strength. Yeah, it was from my great-grandma. You can't preemptively worry. Like, you can't get your worry paid out ahead of time. You can't pay it in advance. You're distracting yourself from a different type of feeling that you could feel. Since our brains have a negativity bias, we're also incentivized to spend more time dwelling on negative things it gives us the impression that if we're thinking about something negative, we're thinking about the right thing. Isn't that fucked up? Isn't that fucked up? But that's literally how our brains work. That's how they work. It's kind of fucked up. It's kind of fucked up when you think about it. Yeah, if you have a negative thought, your brain gets this false impression that it's something that you should be worrying about because it generates a negative reaction within you, and this can cause you to dwell on negative thoughts that you don't even need to be dwelling on. But your brain's like, yes, good idea. Think about bad stuff. I'm using my caveman voice because it comes from the grug part of your brain. It's like, yes, think about bad. Be more prepared. Saber-toothed tiger, come to cave. Me will have sharp stick waiting. But until the saber-toothed tiger shows up, I'm just gonna keep sharpening my stick. Some people literally live that way, except it's by like hoarding guns or something. My grandma used to say that. O evento divino tesoro que te vas para no volver cuando quiero lloro no lloro y veche lloro sin querer. I don't speak Spanish. I don't even read Spanish. Youth, divine treasures that you leave, never to return. When I want to cry, I don't cry, and sometimes I cry without meaning to. That's a nice quote. You like my Spanish? Well, thank you. Thank you. Muchas gracias. I don't know what it is, but whenever I read things in Spanish, I just feel like I want to talk like a Spanish, like radio announcer. You hear the voices on their advertisements, like "Buenos días, buenos días." It's kind of like the voice that we used to use for like movie voiceovers, and it's like, in a world, one man. Oof. Well, I'm here for questions. I'm gonna hang out for a little bit more. Probably do another 30 minutes or so. Just kind of rambling, but tell me what's going on. Let's work through it. I'm cooking, you know, and the oven's hot. So if you wanna get fed, you gotta get your order in. Because the kitchen is closing in 30 minutes. Right now I got the pans hot. I got the food prepped. I'm ready to cook. I just need an order. I guess I just want to, maybe I'll just freestyle for a bit. Don't feel bad about yourself for not solving all of your problems at once. You can only really solve all of your problems by working on them one problem at a time. Maybe you'll solve multiple problems at once by solving one bigger underlying problem, but that's besides the point. You just gotta figure out what's your priority. What is it that you're working on? But you gotta be real with yourself while you're working on it. But it's a balancing act because, like I said, we do hyper fixate on the negative and sometimes we are hypercritical of ourselves. So this is where socializing and having, somebody to bounce ideas off of really comes in handy. Because one of the biggest balancing acts within your brain is whether or not you're going to be fair to yourself. In some ways, you're going to be too lenient with yourself, and in other ways, you're going to be too critical or too harsh with yourself. And it complicates further from the fact that your brain has a hard time telling the difference. It's not really sure if I'm being too soft on myself or too hard on myself. And so you kind of need somebody there that you can trust that can help bounce these ideas off of. Let's see, what are my other secrets? What else? What else? What else? When it comes to like resolving things with people in your life, like interpersonal conflicts, or maybe it's, maybe it's something you got into it with your friends, or maybe it's something, maybe you're distant from a family member or something. You're like, or maybe you're just going through a conflict with your partner. You're like, how do I communicate about this? How do I talk about this? How do I broach this subject? I get a lot of questions about that, and really, it matters less what you say, and it's more of how you say it. There's a quote from Maya Angelou. I've learned that people will forget what you said. People will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. And this is true. This is true even on like a biological level. Our body remembers feelings more than it does people, more than it does events. We remember feelings better because they're processed on a level that doesn't require the use of like language or context or anything like that. It's just such a primal thing. And so a lot of our memories are just stored as feelings. And so this is true. And so when it comes to working through conflict with someone in your life, whether it be your significant other, whether it be a friend or a family member, just try to remember this. It has less to do with what you say and more to do with how you say it, and in the way in which you say it. Like, if you show up expecting a fight, expect the other person to try to fight you back. And if they come to you expecting a fight, don't give them the fight that they're looking for. The truth is that people stop listening when other people start yelling. The effectiveness of communication drastically drops when you start yelling. Because now you're entirely focused on being heard, which is why you're yelling. You've raised your voice. You're focusing on what you are saying, which means you are doing even less listening. If you want to listen better, you actually have to be quieter so you can hear the other person speaking. Do you spend much time rehearsing negative events in your mind? Do you spend much time rehearsing negative events in your mind? Future fights with people that you may or may not ever meet? Do you ever spend time daydreaming about how you would get out of an improbable doomsday scenario? This is one of the places that your mind goes when you allow anxiety to take the driver's seat. This is what happens when you let anxiety take the driver's seat. And anxiety is like a fussy toddler in the backseat of your mind. You don't want to let them drive. They're going to be all over the road. They're not going to know where they're going. They're going to be driving in circles half the time. But if you want to be able to drive, you got to find something for that fussy toddler in the backseat of your head to do. And oftentimes what we do is we just hand them an iPad. We just hand them our phone. Say, here, distract yourself. So just consider the ways in which you choose to distract the fussy child in the back of your mind. Do you play a game with them? Do you try to teach them something? Do you say, hey, look out the window. What color cars are there? What are you doing with it? Oftentimes we just try to distract it. I find it's best to give it something productive to do. Like here. Color this page. One of the great ways that you can distract your anxiety is to channel it into practicing a skill, maybe a hobby, maybe an instrument, maybe something creative. You know, drawing, sculpting, painting, writing music, singing. You know, in continuing with the your mind is a car narrative, it's like it's not just the fussy kid in the backseat. It's like there's also the angsty teenager somewhere in there too. The angsty teenager in your mind is still riding in the car somewhere. Who knows? Maybe you've got some other people riding along with you. Oh no, my mind is a beat up 92 Toyota Corolla. And the Toyota Corolla, though, those things never die. Those things keep going forever. That thing's got 580,000 miles on it, and it's probably got 580,000 more miles at least. Anyway. Meditation helps you clear out space in your mind. It helps you make more room for yourself in your head. And when you make more room, you have more room to invite other people in. Like maybe you don't feel like you are that close to the people in your life. Maybe you feel like, I just don't have the time or I can't put in the effort. It's like you gotta make some room. You gotta sort through some stuff. Clear out some room for them. Then you can invite them in and show them how cool of a place you have. We've got a question box submission. Let's check it out. Oh, we just got an ad. I'm going to stall for a second. All right, I'm ready. Put me in, coach. Sometimes out of nowhere, I get horrible anxiety that makes me want to get away from everyone and really takes away all meaning from my life. Life seems so boring to me when it happens to me. It makes me feel that even if I had everything, I would still have that feeling is absurd. Honestly, this is a keen observation that you're making here, because that is the truth. That is the truth. A lot of people will find that even after they have everything that they want in their life, they're still depressed, they're still anxious, they're still struggling. And it's because all of those things aren't what really make you happy. It's like you have to learn how to accept happiness within you. You have to learn how to embrace those types of feelings. It's like sometimes you just have some stuff you need to work through, and if you don't work through it, it's always going to just keep bothering you. It's always going to, it's going to haunt you like a ghost. It's horrible because I feel like I can't do anything to get out of that feeling. That is how it makes you feel. That is one of the things that anxiety and depression will do to you, is that it will give you this false impression that you can't actually do anything about them. And this is part of the reason why so many people have a hard time asking for help, is because they'll be like, I'm beyond help. I can't be helped. I am the way I am. The feeling that it's hard to deal with is part of what it's normally there to do. Just think about it. If it gave you the feeling that you could do something about it, then it wouldn't really have that power over you. But part of what anxiety does is it really grips you and it makes you feel as if you can't do anything about it. Anxiety can get so powerful that it can literally make you feel like you're about to die. There are people who go to the ER for having severe anxiety attacks or panic attacks because they literally feel like they're going to die, because that's just how powerful that part of your brain is. Anxiety occurs in the lizard part of your brain, deep down in your brain, a very primal, primitive part of your brain. The part of your brain that is like, I need to protect myself, and if I don't, I need to run away. I need to fight because I'm about to possibly die. It can literally make you feel like you are going to die. And part of why that happens is because during those moments, your body ramps up adrenaline. Your body ramps up adrenaline in order to prepare you to either get the fuck out of here or fuck somebody up. Anxiety comes on really quickly because adrenaline is very fast acting within the brain, and it has to be. It's the neurotransmitter that your body gives you whenever you're in those do or die moments. Like you get into a car accident and then there's a child trapped under the car or something, and you suddenly have superhuman strength and you're able to lift the car and save the trapped child. Like that stuff happens. Anxiety and adrenaline, pretty potent. Your muscles have inhibitors on them that prevent them from acting at their full strength in order to protect you from accidentally injuring yourself. Did you know this? So if you were to like throw a punch, for instance, it's like your brain has built in like inhibitors that prevent you from punching too hard so that you don't like dislocate your elbow or hurt yourself in some other way. The same goes for your teeth. Like you can't bite yourself hard enough unless you like actually make yourself do it. Like we bite a lot harder when we like, but if you were to try to like bite your arm, it's like you wouldn't be able to bite as hard. Your body has built-in inhibitors on your muscles. Now you can override those inhibitors in the presence of like adrenaline. I had a very bad experience on LSD when my prefrontal cortex was still evolving. Is there any hope for me? Yeah, I feel like the best way to take that is to just view it as, I have a hell of a story to tell. Because honestly, when you think about it this way, it's like being able to tell people the story about your bad trip is a pretty good story. So it'll make you interesting at parties. Be like, wow, let me tell you about this time I did LSD. So like my first trip, my prefrontal cortex was also still developing because I was 21. And your frontal lobe is still developing until you're about 25. So realistically, it didn't do... It like... The changes that it does are in your thinking. It doesn't change anything in like the actual physical construction of your brain. Not like a brain, like a head injury or something would, or like a stroke. It's a change in your thinking. So honestly, the way that I like to view bad trips are as challenging trips that gave me something to really learn from. Yeah, the first time I ever tripped, I didn't know what it was that I just smoked, and so I was not expecting to trip, and I had to come to terms with that during the trip. I also hallucinated a chimney fire and everybody had to unplug the phones because I kept trying to call the fire department. Oh man, if the fire department came, they would have been hysterically they would have been cracking up. I feel like firefighters would be pretty chill about that. Like firefighters are normally way more chill. They're like infinitely more chill than if you call the police. In level of chillness, I would say firefighters, EMTs, police. don't remember any of it. It's not easy to really remember a lot of stuff while you're tripping, or stuff about your trip. Like you might remember like bits and pieces of it, like some parts that'll just like really stick. But there are certain stages of a trip where it's like your memory just like isn't really functioning in the way that it normally does. Alright, I'm sorry, I got distracted. I'm gonna start this question over. See, this is why I can't do questions when I'm on edibles. I get too distracted. Like somebody starts talking about tripping and I'm like, ooh, we're talking about tripping, are we? Alright. Sometimes out of nowhere, I get horrible anxiety that makes me want to get away from everyone and really takes away all the meaning from my life. Life seems so boring to me when it happens to me. It makes me feel that even if I had everything, I would still have that feeling as absurd. It's horrible because I feel like I can't do anything to get out of that feeling. The first thing is that I find comfort in that sensation. I don't like the sensation, but it is comfortable and I don't understand why. This feeling caused me to act impulsively several times, making me swallow pills that I shouldn't be swallowing. Let's talk about that when we talk about feeling comfort in that sensation. One of the things that our brains are really good at doing is finding out how to be comfortable in an uncomfortable situation. And so it might not be that the anxiety in that type of situation is actually making you comfortable, because that's probably not what you associate with being comfortable. But it's probably just a part of your mind that's trying to comfort you in that stressful time. There's a certain level of comfortableness that's found in the familiarity of feelings that we are very familiar with. Some people find a certain level of comfort in their sadness, and that's just because it's familiar to them. So we really need to cool it with the swallowing pills that you shouldn't be swallowing. I'm like, that's dangerous. We need to cut that out. The best way to get through your anxiety is to breathe through your anxiety. Just try to breathe nice and relaxed. Take yourself out of your head and put yourself into your body. What is your body experiencing right now? How does it feel to be inside your body? What does your body feel like inside of your clothes? What do the clothes feel like against your skin? What does the air feel like against your skin? What do your feet feel like in your shoes? What does the ground feel like under your feet? What sort of sensations do you notice? Just pay attention to those things. One of the best ways to get through your anxiety is to just give it a new job. And whenever you start focusing on your physical body, it's redirecting that anxiety somewhere else. It's taking it out of your mind and into your body. What can you feel? What can you smell? What do you hear? What can you see? Ground yourself in your senses. And just try your best to breathe like a relaxed person. How would you breathe if you were really relaxed? Let's say you were really relaxed as you could be. How would you breathe? Just try it.
Just try it and see how it makes you feel. Did you know that your brain is easy to fool? And I'm not saying this is your brain, I'm just saying that this is an error in the operating system of your mind, and this is a hack that you can use to... This is a hack that you can use in the Human Brain OS. If you breathe like a relaxed person, your brain and the rest of your body, your heart, it goes, Me breathe like relaxed person. Me must be relaxed person. I don't know why I'm using a caveman voice. I feel like it really drives the point home. Just talk. It's that primitive part of your brain. It's like, oh, I'm breathing relaxed, so I must be relaxed. And it's because a lot of the other parts of your body actually look to your lungs to sort of set the tempo for, how do I feel right now? Six count in, 6 count out. Is 4 count out more normal? Whatever count you want to do. Me personally, I just try to go as long as I can. I try to breathe in as much as I can. Then I wait for a second, and then I breathe in a little more, because after you take in that initial breath, if you give it a second, some of it will start to absorb into your lungs, and you might just be able to have a bit more room. So you might be able to take in a little bit more, and then I hold it until I feel like letting it go. I let go of it when I feel like letting it go. And normally I like to hold it onto it for a little while, because it feels nice to feel that absorption of the oxygen into your bloodstream. You're giving your body what it needs, and it's meant to feel good, so focus on that feeling. And then when you're done with that breath, just let it go. Just give it back to the universe. You're done with it. Every breath is borrowed. Every breath is different. So just try to get as much enjoyment as you can out of any given breath. I mean, you spend your whole life breathing, or most of it at least. Sometimes we don't. But we spend a lot of our time breathing. Wouldn't it be nice if you enjoyed doing it? Wouldn't it be nice if you enjoyed doing it more? Because I would say it is inherently enjoyable. The only thing you have to do to figure that out is just go for a little while without breathing, and then you'll realize just how nice breathing feels. The pause is crucial. Yeah, you definitely want to take that pause after you breathe in, because you want to just you want to give your brain some time to recognize what's going on in your lungs, because there's a little bit of a transmission delay. Whenever one part of your body is communicating with another part of your body, there's a little bit of a transmission delay. There's a little bit of ping. It's not much, but there is a little bit. And sometimes it takes a moment for your brain to properly process what it is that's going on in your body. And so when you take that big breath in, just give it a moment. Give it time for the oxygen to be absorbed by your lungs. Because as you hold that breath in, what your body is doing is it is exchanging oxygen for carbon dioxide. It's using your lungs to get rid of some of your excess carbon. And you're breathing in some oxygen. And it's meant to feel good. And what they've found is that if they take people who are really experienced meditators and they just sit there and focus on their breathing, and then they scan their brain and see what their brain's doing, the part of their brain that feels like feelings of joy and like good feelings,
it's just totally lit up. They're just doing nothing but just sitting there and breathing, and they're just as happy as could be. Oh yeah, your brain can be happier, you just gotta teach it. You gotta train it. One of the best things you can do with your anxiety is to turn it into a tool. Anxiety is great at motivating us to do stuff. So I would just try to find something productive to do. Channeling anxiety into cleaning is a great way to process it, I've found, because it's very productive. Like if I'm feeling anxious, maybe I should go do my dishes. Maybe I should clean up my room a little bit. I would probably feel a little less anxious in a clean room. I would probably feel a little less anxious with an empty sink. Channel that anxiety into productivity. It's another way you can handle it. Just give it a job. Just give it something to do. And just wait it out. Sometimes you just gotta wait at it. Sometimes you just gotta wait it out. Anxiety is one of the parts of our brain that tries to keep us safe, and so it can be a little bit overprotective. It can see dangers where there aren't dangers. Anxiety is an overprotective it's an overprotective force within our lives. For many. For others, it's not. For others, it might need to actually be a little bit more assertive. For some, it's a little bit more absentee. Well, any last thoughts? Any last thoughts? Awareness of breathing makes me more anxious. Just in the beginning. Just in the beginning. And if you can push through that anxiety, just think about how much better you'll be at handling other anxieties. That's why whenever you're aware of your breathing, you want to try to take the biggest, juiciest, most refreshing breaths you've ever taken in your entire life. If you're aware of your breathing, you don't want to be breathing like No, if you're going to be aware of your breathing, you better bring it with those breaths. You better be juicing it. You better be. Because like I said, looking at your breathing, your anxiety is very closely tied to your breathing. Just think about how anxious you would feel if you couldn't breathe. Now do you understand why anxiety and breathing are like this? I don't think that there's anything that you could do to a person that would make them feel more anxious than cutting off their ability to breathe. It's very hardwired into your anxiety because you gotta breathe to live. And if you if you can't breathe, your brain's like, oh shit, I need to find air and I need to find air soon. this is why when you pay attention to your breathing, you just want to give yourself the biggest, most relaxing, satisfying, enjoyable breaths that you can, so that your anxiety has nothing to worry about. It's like, oh yeah, I'm checking out the breath factory. Everything's going perfectly. Stressing right now, but breathing isn't working because my mind can't breathe. It goes worry, worry, worry. No, your mind actually does the breathing. It's your mind that tells your lungs how to breathe. Everything that happens in your body is controlled by your brain. Your brain is the central processing unit of your body. Your brain is what tells your lungs what to do. And when you focus on breathing, it will distract you from the other things that your brain is trying to worry about, because it's now focused on breathing. With every breath, just try to be more relaxed, a bigger, deeper, more satisfying breath. View it as, I am practicing breathing. I am practicing to take the most satisfying breath that I can take. And with every breath, I get a little bit closer. Just keep redirecting it. In the beginning, when you are starting to practice redirecting your anxiety, it takes some getting used to. Just keep politely, gently redirecting it to your breathing. Can you help me? You're gonna need to be more specific. What is it that you need help with? I used to have nightmares about not being able to breathe multiple times a week, and I was suffering the worst of my anxiety at that point. Like I said, anxiety and breathing are like this. Your breathing is your most direct link to the part of your brain that produces anxiety. And so if you want to calm your anxiety down, one of the easiest ways to do that is to redirect it towards your breathing. Social anxiety. Care to be more specific? Like what aspects of it? What parts of it? What is it about it that you have found to be challenging? Hey Papa, so I had a friend who's a male who had been molested and sexually abused by friends, family members, etc. That made him super hypersexual, and he used to watch porn all day. I talked to him a month ago, and he told me that he was getting attracted to children now. He hadn't hurt any child in this time duration, by the way. I talked to him and forced him to go with me, but after 2 days he committed suicide. I tried my best to save him, and now I can't get him out of my mind. Please help me, Papa. Alright, I got you. I got you. I am sorry that you've lost your friend, and it's sad to hear what he's been through. This is a sad story, and this is something that happens a lot to, victims of molestation and sexual abuse early in life. It creates a lot of difficulties for that person. It sounds like he may have been deeply depressed, and sometimes what people will do when they're on a really harsh downswing is they will kind of self-destruct. They'll kind of self-destruct, you know? And they'll just do things or say things that just really are disgusting or terrible, and it's just a part of their implosion. So I would just say it's okay to feel sad. Feel as sad as you feel that you need to. For as long as you feel that you need to. Just allow yourself to process that grief. The reason why he's on your mind is because your mind wants you to think about him, so just see what it is that your mind is trying to get figured out. Like, obviously, saying that you're attracted to children is something that's really messed up and unacceptable and just disgusting. But it's hard to say whether or not this was actually something that your friend was actually... It sounds like he wasn't actually doing it. Sometimes when people are, like, on a really suicidal path, they'll be, like, calling their friends and saying things about, like, just, like, terrible things about themselves that just may or may not be true. For all we know, yeah, it's like Cutie Cheek said, for all we know, it's like they could have just been, like, reliving their own trauma. Like, obviously, like, attraction to children is never okay. And it's really fucked up, and it's inexcusable. But it's hard to think like a suicidal person. Unless you're suicidal, I guess. But one of the things that they will do sometimes, this doesn't happen all the time. And this is just something that, you know, I've witnessed this in other people before. It's like when they're kind of in that phase of their life where it's like they have suicidal ideation, like they are probably actively planning to kill themselves, like they burn the place down on their way out. So I don't know. I would just say that regardless of whatever, it's like it's a sad situation. So if you feel sad, that's okay. Just feel what you need to feel. Just process those feelings. Sometimes when people are on the edge of suicide, but not just like having suicidal thoughts, like they literally have like a plan of like when and where and how. Like one of the things that they will do sometimes is they will literally just like destroy their own life on the way out. And it's like, where did that come from? It's like they don't want people to remember them fondly. Like, you'll notice it sometimes, like, in just moments of, like, extreme emotional distress. Like, people will, like, say things about themselves that are just, like, really fucked up. And it's like they may or may not be true. It's like you kind of have to judge a person based on their actions rather than just what they say. And it's like it's a really complicated and like nuanced thing to even think about. For like, I'm sure like most people are like most people are probably like, oh, he was into kids, good riddance, he killed himself. But it's just like, I don't know, try to put yourself in that perspective, I guess. Just like, it doesn't happen often, but when it does, it's like, it's always really messed up. But I've seen it happen before, and it's always like, oof. Like they're just going around to like their friends and family members and just just saying the worst conceivable things about themselves. They've just like, they're burning all their bridges, they're ending all their relationships. How do you help self-destructive people? You gotta give them a hand up, but not let them pull you in. It's kind of like saving a drowning person. You have to be a really strong swimmer. Because there's a good chance that the person who's drowning might try to pull you under. Like, sometimes you have to allow people to suffer the natural consequences of their actions. Like, otherwise they just don't learn anything. Like, if a person is capable of, like, having a job and paying their bills, but they're just not, they're just like, oh, I'm so helpless, I can't do anything. And they're just relying on other people to, like, do everything for them. This like woe is me mindset that people fall into. They just start to like consume themselves. It's like, it can be hard to deal with. It's like, but sometimes you have to let people fall so that you can help them back up. They're like, I'm gonna lose my place and I'm gonna have to move back in with my parents if I don't have rent money. I need you to help me pay my rent. It's like, well, you should have thought of that before you moved out and got an apartment. Now, shouldn't you? They're like, oh, they're gonna repo my car if I don't pay my car bill. I haven't paid my car bill in 8 months. I'm like, maybe you shouldn't have that car then. Like, maybe you should have figured something else out. Like, sometimes people just like to put themselves into predicaments as a ways of self-sabotaging themselves. Self-sabotage manifests in so many different ways. Have you ever met people who it's like, it's always something with them? It's like they're always in a fucking predicament. They're like, well, I just got this new job, but I guess I gotta quit because there's this person there that I just can't stand. I'm just like, how do you help self-destructive people? By reminding them that it's okay to lift yourself up. You don't have to spend all of your time and effort and energy putting yourself down. If putting yourself down was helpful, don't you think you'd be in a better place? Maybe lifting yourself up is something that you ought to try too. You know, like, I'm just... It's like, you can light the way for somebody, but you can't make them take the steps. I could just show you, like, oh, you want to get to where I'm at? You want to get to a better sense of yourself? You want to feel better about yourself? You want to let some shit go? You want to have less issues with anxiety and depression? Here are the stairs. I will show you them step by step, but it's you that actually has to take the steps. And some people are like, is there an elevator? Or at least an escalator? Can I piggyback and ride you up the stairs? It's like, no, I'm sorry, but you have to take the steps. Or you have to take the wheelchair ramp if you can't take stairs, because we are ADA compliant in this metaphor.
My best advice is to give them the tools, but don't be upset if they aren't ready to use those tools. True, it's like you do want to give people tools, but there is another aspect of that as well. Sometimes you gotta... People learn things differently. We learn in different ways. Some people respond better to being shown how those tools work. And so one of the interesting techniques that I will sometimes use when I'm engaging with somebody, and from the outside looking in, it might seem strange, but if a person is the type of person that learns better from watching someone else do it, like sometimes I will match their emotional level, and then I'll show or demonstrate the coping skill that you would need to redirect yourself when you're at that emotional level. So I'll kind of show them their own game and then show them how to navigate out of that game. I model it for them. That's how some people learn, by watching other people do shit. So it's like, if they're getting unnecessarily upset, like, maybe I'll fake like I'm a little bit upset, and then I'll redirect myself and show them how to calm myself down if I was feeling upset. I'll show them, and then I'll say, see, it works. Right? It's just like dance practice. You know, there's dance therapy. This is a type of therapy. It's called dance and movement therapy. This is basically like some tribal type stuff. This is like some drummed circle type stuff. This honestly sounds fun as hell. But like, imagine doing this at a therapist's office instead of like doing this outside, like around a campfire or something. Imagine being like in a fucking strip mall in suburban Wisconsin doing this. Like, I understand why it's helpful. I believe that this type of thing is actually very nice for a person to experience. It makes you feel very connected with yourself and with other people, and it can be very healing. But there's also just like, why am I doing this across the street from a Denny's? Shouldn't I be out in the forest doing this? Shouldn't I be out in nature doing this? Now, I can understand doing it with, older people if they have a hard time getting around. You don't want to wheel them out in the middle of the woods. This operates under the premise that the mind, body, and spirit are interconnected. Dance movement therapists believe that nonverbal language is as important as verbal language and use both forms of communication in the therapeutic process. Freud must be rolling in his grave seeing this. Yeah, Freud was mad about a lot of stuff. One of Freud's major issues was like anybody who had ideas that were different from his, he was kind of like, Like, one of his most prominent students, Carl Jung,
Carl Jung had some ideas of his own that kind of went against what Freud believed, and Freud got mad. He got all butthurt about it. So yeah, Freud would be rolling in his grave. I'm like, I would do this, but I would never do this at a fucking office. I'm sorry, but like, this looks dumb. I mean, the idea of it is cool, but like, imagine you're doing it out in nature, and there are drums, and there's like a bonfire. I'm like, that sounds fucking cool. It sounds a little culty, don't get me wrong, but it also sounds kind of fun. So yeah, if you ever if you're ever, just thinking about where capitalism has gotten us as far as mental health treatment, we're now recreating tribal type rituals in a suburban setting. Isn't that kind of funny? Isn't that kind of funny? It's like, it just goes to show that old wounds require ancient remedies. There are some things that we've just kind of known that have been good for you and good for us, Stuff that we've been doing for thousands of years, but stuff that we just kind of have forgotten how to do. We got distracted. Reality TV, content creator drama, social media, fast food. This makes me sound like a fucking hippie. Disgusting. 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 37 months? Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Look at that 3-year brain. Oh my god, another mod. Okay, so if you notice, our boy Kane Addict there, 37 month subscriber. He was one of my early proteges. Whenever I was, perfecting the approach that I use on my stream today, a lot of the techniques, a lot of the, strategies, a lot of the concepts. He was your guinea pig. So he's 3 years deep. So you should ask him how he's doing compared to how he was doing 3 years ago. Let's see if my tricks have worked. Let's see if I've been able to fool you into liking yourself. Let's see if I sold you. I'm joking. Humor is part of my technique. Let's see if I've fooled him. Let's see if I got him right where I want him. I bet you feel like a fucking idiot now, don't you? I fooled you. Haha, I got you to like yourself more. Fucking idiot. I'm like, how do people not believe in mental health? Like, holy shit, have they not seen the results? Have they not seen what it can do for people? Like, holy shit. The amount of times I hear in a week that, my parent doesn't believe in mental health, or I'm just like, how? I'm like, how? Do you not believe that people can go crazy? Or do you just not believe that mental health works? I'm like, maybe therapy just sucks ass wherever you're at. I don't know. It does. In some parts of the world and in some parts of the country, like, therapy just sucks. Like, even in the United States. Like, the United States is, has a pretty good reputation for having some of the better therapists and some of the better mental health treatment. It's just a matter of, like, can you afford it? But not all of the country. Some of the country, like some of the like really religious parts of the country, like you can't really get therapy or counseling without it having like a religious overtone. Like God's getting involved. I'm like, it's not just you and the therapist. I'm like, Jesus is sitting in the corner and he's watching. Not Jesus in the cuck chair. Whenever you do therapy in the South, it's not just you and the therapist. Jesus is sitting in the cuck chair. He's in the corner of the room and he's listening. Okay, hold on. Why do people mix psychology with religion? Interesting question. That's a good question. Part of it has to do with, do you realize that for a long time, people thought that their internal monologue was the voice of God? There was literally a period of our psychological development where we actually started to attribute our own thoughts to us. There was a period of time where people believed that if there are words happening inside my mind, it is God talking to me. There is something almost mystical about your brain. Just the shit that it can do. The kind of like feelings it can experience. The stuff it can process and overcome, and the tricks that it can pull. And so there is a certain amount of like mystery surrounding the brain. Like we understand a lot about the brain, but we actually still understand so little about the brain. This is what it feels like if you go to therapy in Alabama. This is what therapy looks like. Jesus is in the room with you. But for a lot of people it works, and I feel like that's why it has persisted. That's why it has persisted, is because it works for some people. Like for a lot of people, like being told that God forgives you, it's like, ooh, all right, that is a load off my mind. Like a lot of people will use a religious figure as like basically a counselor. They'll go in there and be like, it's almost like confessional, you know? You just confess your sins, you get absolution. I had a therapist once that told me carbon dating wasn't accurate. I'm like, motherfucker, I'm paying to be here. You better keep your conspiracy theories out of it. I'm not paying to listen to you talk about shit that you don't believe in. The explanation for all that, because if you actually use any real science, they just start talking about how it's like God testing you or something. It's like, oh yeah, the devil put those dinosaur bones there to make you think the Earth was older. I'm like, why can't the Earth be old? Why does the Earth... I'm like, they've rewritten the Bible before. You can rewrite it again. they rewrote the Bible a lot of. They rewrote it several times. It's like just write it again. Just edit it, revise it. Take out the part about hating gay people. Take out the misogyny. Just make a better book. Just redo it. That's fine. Just make a better book. Cut out some of the boring chapters, some of the fluff, trim it out a little bit. No fan fiction, though. That's fucking like the Book of Mormon. Nah, get that out of here. We don't need a fan fiction. I think it just needs a reboot, if I'm being honest. It needs a reboot for today's audience. I like that the picture of Jesus that it put in the corner of this room, it kind of looks like Jesus is wearing drag makeup. Do you see this back here? Now this looks like he's doing therapy with Jesus. He's like, so tell me, what did it feel like to be his one and only son? It's like, well, if you're being honest, it was a lot of pressure. He's like, now I get anxiety anytime I see a lowercase t, and I came back to Earth, and all the people who supposedly believe in me, they're walking around wearing the thing that they killed me on, and it freaks me out. Yeah, this Jesus picture in the background, it looks like the AI gave Jesus a drag look. Yeah, they would be trying to diagnose Jesus with DID. They're like, client believes that he is the Father, the Son, and is also occupied by the Holy Ghost. What if one of the people that they put in a mental institution for thinking that they are Jesus actually was Jesus? Like, if you've heard about the Rosenberg studies, that's a very realistic possibility. Or is it? It was Rosenhan. It was the Rosenhan experiment. Not Rosenberg. Rosenhan. Participants submitted themselves for evaluations at various psychiatric institutions and feigned hallucinations in order to be accepted, but acted normally from then onward. Each was diagnosed with a psychiatric disorder and was given antipsychotic medication. This experiment really helped to revamp what we do when we institutionalize people. Like, even as recent as... Okay, so the Rosenhan experiment occurred in 1973. We've gotten a lot better since 1973. 1973, you know, it was 50 years ago. Half a century. We've come quite a way. Rosenhan actually went in. He was one of the people that participated. And then 7 mentally healthy associates, called pseudo-patients, attempted to gain admission to psychiatric hospitals by calling for an appointment and feigning auditory hallucinations. I'm hearing voices. The hospital staff were not informed of the experiment. The pseudo-patients included a psychology graduate student in his 20s, 3 psychologists, a pediatrician, a psychiatrist, a painter, and a housewife. None had a history of mental illness. So these were all not just like well-rounded, educated people. These weren't just like random people. These weren't college student volunteers. Like these were actual like mentally well people. They used fake names, and those who worked in the mental health field were given false jobs. Okay, so they didn't tell them that they actually worked as a psychologist or something. During their initial psychiatric assessment, the pseudo-patients claimed to be hearing voices of the same sex as the patient, which were often unclear, but which seemed to produce the words empty, hollow, or thud, and nothing else. These words were chosen as they vaguely suggested some sort of existential crisis, and for the lack of any published literature referencing them as psychotic symptoms. They chose these words on purpose. When they had them go in and pretend to be mentally insane, I'm hearing voices. I'm hearing the words empty, hollow, and thud. So nothing even that wild. It wasn't even anything that wild. It's not like I'm hearing voices that are telling me to harm someone or harm myself. I'm not in any danger to anybody. And they were admitted. No other psychiatric symptoms were claimed. If admitted, the pseudo-patients were instructed to act normally, reporting that they felt fine and no longer heard voices. Hospital records obtained after the experiment indicate that all pseudo-patients were characterized as friendly and cooperative by staff. All 12 were admitted to 12 psychiatric hospitals across the United States, including rundown and underfunded public hospitals in rural areas, urban university-run hospitals with excellent reputations, and one expensive private hospital. So this wasn't just one random hospital. This was a wide variety of hospitals. Though presented with identical symptoms, 7 were diagnosed with schizophrenia, 1 with manic depressive psychosis, a more optimistic diagnosis with better clinical outcomes at the private hospital. Their stays ranged from 7 to 52 days. Okay, 7 I can understand, because it might be normal to keep somebody for like a week. But 52 days? The average was 19 days. 3 weeks of saying, I'm normal, I don't hear voices anymore. Like, All but 1 were discharged with a diagnosis of schizophrenia in remission, which Rosenhan considered as evidence that mental illness is perceived as an irreversible condition, creating a lifelong stigma rather than a curable illness. Oh my god. Rosenhan and I are like on such the same wavelength here. It really is an issue that mental illness is perceived as an irreversible condition. This is something that existed in 1973, and this is something that still exists today. Like, you tell somebody you're crazy once, they're gonna believe that you're crazy forever, even when you tell them you're not crazy. It makes you think. It makes you wonder why that is. Despite constantly and openly taking extensive notes on the behavior of the staff and other patients, none of the pseudo-patients were identified as imposters by the hospital staff. All of the patients were told to take notes about the staff, other patients. And the people who worked there are just like, why are you here? Why are you just taking notes about everyone? Like, none of them noticed. Although many of the psychiatric patients seem to be able to correctly identify them as imposters. Even with other patients believing that they were imposters. In the first 3 hospitalizations, 35 of the total of 118 patients expressed a suspicion that the pseudo-patients were sane, with some suggesting that the patients were researchers or journalists investigating the hospital. They're like, yeah, take notes about everyone. Take notes about the staff. Take notes about every patient that you talk to. Because all of the people in this experiment were, like, told how to, like, what to do. They're like, we need you taking notes when you're in there so we can study them when we come back. This is what you say your symptoms are. Because that's how they conduct experiments. In order to get the best data, you want everybody doing the same procedure. You want there to be like a protocol that you follow. And then you want to test it like a wide assortment of things. Like, you don't want to do this at just one hospital. If you do this at just one hospital, it could just be a bad hospital. But they did everything from like run-down rural mental hospitals to like expensive private hospitals. The only real difference was that the person at the expensive hospital was given a slightly more optimistic diagnosis. One nurse labeled the note-taking of one pseudo-patient as writing behavior and considered it pathological. They assumed that they were taking notes because it was a part of their mental illness. This just really speaks to how, like, if you view somebody as crazy, you're gonna see it in ways that it might not even be an accurate representation of it. The experiment required the pseudo-patients to get out of the hospital on their own by getting the hospital to release them, though a lawyer was retained to be on call for emergencies when it became clear that the pseudo-patients would not ever be voluntarily released on short notice. Once admitted and diagnosed, the pseudo-patients were not able to obtain the release until they agreed with the psychiatrists that they were mentally ill and began taking antipsychotic medications. Which they flushed down the toilet. No staff member reported that the pseudo-patients were flushing their medication down the toilets. So they all flushed their meds, and nobody noticed that they were flushing their meds. This kind of ties into like how they do med management at a psychiatric hospital. If you are very symptomatic, if you are a very problematic, or like, you know, maybe you're aggressive, maybe you're loud or combative or something. If you have like very like difficult to manage symptoms, the people who give you medications are going to be making sure that you take your medications. They're going to be watching you and making sure that you actually take them. But if you're just chill, if you're just like well-behaved, friendly, like they're just going to assume that you are taking your medications, so they're not going to watch you take them. They'll just let you take your little cup and walk off. Rosenhan and the other pseudo-patients reported an overwhelming sense of dehumanization, severe invasion of privacy, and boredom while hospitalized. Their possessions were searched randomly, and they were sometimes observed while using the toilet. They reported that the staff seemed to be well-meaning. They generally objectified and dehumanized the patients, often discussing patients at length in their presence as though they were not there, and avoiding direct interaction with patients except as strictly necessary to perform official duties. Some attendants were prone to verbal and physical abuse of patients when other staff were not present. A group of patients waiting outside the cafeteria half an hour before lunchtime were said by a doctor to his students to be experiencing oral acquisitive psychiatric symptoms. Contact with doctors averaged 6.8 minutes per day. A group of patients waiting outside the cafeteria half an hour before lunchtime were said by a doctor to his students to be experiencing oral acquisitive psychiatric symptoms. He said that the reason why that they're waiting outside the cafeteria isn't because they're hungry. It's because they need to stick something in their mouth. They need to consume something. They're having a psychiatric symptom. Isn't that weird? Like, think about how far we've come since, like, the 70s. Like, the 70s was 50 years ago. I'm like, psychiatry back then was a little wild. Like, it was, like, even in the time between, like, when it was really founded and the 70s, it's like it was way better than it was in the beginning. So, like, relatively speaking, like the 70s, like, by then we kind of knew what we were doing. But I think the thing that really affected people in this period of time is that we had people who had this understanding of psychology and psychiatry, and the lens that they viewed everything through was just like, oh yeah, this is just another symptom. This is an expression of their symptoms. They viewed the person as a subject to be studied. So yeah, dehumanization is something you definitely want to be mindful of and avoidant of. Is it possible to permanently remove a traumatic memory from someone's mind like it never happened? Not yet. Not yet. But they're experimenting with things that might allow that to happen. I would say that what's better to focus on is not trying to remove a memory, but to change how you feel about that memory. Like, you don't ever have to enjoy that memory, but you can find peace with that memory. The things that trigger you don't need to trigger you forever. I feel like everybody has memories that they would rather not revisit. And for some of us, it's especially challenging. Maybe we have some memories that are just, they're really wedged in there. They're just so big and so painful that we're just not sure what we're going to do with them. Sometimes what can be helpful is, envision that memory moving to a different part of your brain. Part of what can make traumatic memories so stressful is that they literally get stuck in the wrong part of your brain. I'm not making this up. There's a part of your brain that processes your short-term memories. The part of your brain that processes what's going on right now. And sometimes you might have a memory or an event, a trauma, something that just really is a lot to take in, to say the least. Just something that's just very disruptive, very damaging, very jarring. It can take a lot of time to properly process that. And so we kind of get stuck in that moment. But one of the ways that can help us to move that is to think about it and talk about it and just find the help and the support you need to process it. It may not feel like there will be a day where you don't think of it. It might feel right now that you're going to think about this every day for the rest of your life. That's simply not true. Eventually there will come a time where you go a whole day without thinking about it. You go a whole week without thinking about it. And then you remember it. You're like, oh yeah, I haven't thought about that in a while. It's a sign that you're letting it go. It's a sign that you're moving on from it. I think when it comes to some of these traumatic memories, it's almost like we have to give ourselves permission to forgive them or forget them. It's like sometimes we hold on to those traumatic memories because they are just so impactful on our life that we feel like I still need to hold on to this. I still need to study this and learn from this. I need to know how to protect myself from this ever happening again. But if you feel like you've learned everything that you can from it, if you've processed it, come to terms with it, taken it for what it is, if you don't need it anymore, you can let it go. Did I say forgive or forget or both? I meant to say forget, but both work. Like, when it comes to forgiveness, it's like you're not forgiving people for their sake. You're forgiving them for your sake. It's not telling them that what they did to you was okay, and it's not telling yourself that either. What forgiveness means is that you're just acknowledging that it doesn't affect you anymore. That's it. Like, I'm over it. I'm past it. I'm good. I don't need to worry about it anymore. But I feel like some people misinterpret what forgiveness is. Forgiveness is me saying, oh yeah, it was okay what you did to me. That's fine. I want you in my life again. Not at all. You don't even have to forgive the person to their face. You can just do it within you, you know? Like, and I get it. Like, there was a time in my life where I felt like there are some things I might not ever be able to forgive. But then I got to a point where it's like, you know what? I'm just really not mad about it anymore. Or, well, actually, I'll rewind. I got to a point where I was like, I don't want to be mad about this anymore. So I think for that sake, I'm just going to let it go. I'm tired of thinking about it. I'm tired of revisiting it. I'm tired of letting it affect my life. So I'm just going to let it go. That is what forgiveness for me felt like. Just acknowledging that I was ready to let it go for my own sake. Because I felt like I just wasn't really going to fully heal until after I did that. It's like if you have a hard time forgiving people for the stuff that they've done to you, start by forgiving yourself. Forgive yourself for being human. Doing the stuff that humans do. It's my experience that a lot of people that I've met have a harder time forgiving themselves than they do forgiving others. Alright, I think I'm cooked. I think I'm cooked. I'm out of gas. Any last requests? Any last questions? Any closing arguments? Alrighty, everybody. Alrighty, everybody. Did you have fun? Did you have fun? Did you learn something? I don't feel useful unless I'm teaching somebody something, so thank you for giving me a sense of purpose. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the kind words. You're all too kind. All right, everybody. Have a wonderful night. You've earned it. That's your homework. That's your homework. Go have a good night. Alright, everybody. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll see you next time. Have a great night. Bye-bye. Mm-hmm.